Hello there, everyone. Welcome to the Odin Holiday Jam. So, thank you all for joining. There's like over 150 registered participants, which is amazing. Very fun to see. And there we go. And the jam starts in 30 minutes. But I thought that first we would do some kind of just little intro, like what's a jam, and then I will just show some stuff like how, like for beginners, maybe how to get started a bit with installing Odin and stuff like that, and just some general pointers about what to do in a jam, and then we can do some Q&A if there's time before the jam starts, and the jam starts, like I said, in half an hour. So. A game jam then it's a event where you make a game within a limited amount of time, and this is a 48-hour game jam. So from in 30 minutes it starts, and then there's 48 hours until the deadline where you should sort of hand in something. And this specific game jam then, you're supposed to use, that's one of the few rules, that you're supposed to use the Odin programming language, which is a nice little low-level programming language that's quite popular for making video games. I'm gonna pop out the chat here so I actually see it. Now, if you all behave. Shouldn't have said that. And the jam is hosted on itch.io, and I will pull out this page here, and this is linked in the description. Here's itch.io, and this is the jam page, and you see 156 joined. Maybe it's even more if you refresh. No? Okay, 156, good. And on here you find the announcement video, you find this live stream, you find some rules, and the rules are essentially that you must make a game using the Odin programming language, and you must make the game within 48 hours. And you can use free graphics assets from the internet. This is sort of a programming language focused game jam, but it's more fun if you make them yourself. It's more fun even if you make just a funny placeholder in Sprite or Photoshop that you made. It's still more fun, I think. And you can use pre-made frameworks and libraries. Like if you made your own rendering library, your own little game engine, or you just have your little thing for doing some, like, something, maybe you have something for loading a shader or a 3D model or something you want to use. You can use that. The only thing is that I wish that the gameplay code is written within the game jam. Sort of the specific and unique things to the game is written within the game jam. And question from the chat. What about sound effects? Yeah, you can use sound effect assets from the internet as well if you wish. Just make sure that they are completely free to use. But like even just using a simple tool like SFXR, which is a little program for making sound effects procedurally, just doing that and finding your own little special one, that might be more fun than just using something off the internet, maybe. Anyways, so those are the rules essentially. And so we're having the intro live stream now, and the jam starts soon, and then it ends 48 hours later. And I can say this, like when you submit the game, please submit it before the deadline. So before the time is up, it will say here the deadline. So before the time is up, please submit before that time. However, in order to make this I want to make a showcase video. So when you submit just an executable for whichever platform you prefer. I can't force you to submit a Windows executable. For this reason, it will also be nice if you can submit a short video that shows the gameplay of your game. And then I can edit out a piece of your video into a showcase video, and I will put it on my YouTube channel. And then I will choose like a bunch of the most interesting looking games, and I will play them live or on a video. I haven't decided yet, but that's sometime after the jam ends. I will put all that together and sort of pick a winner. So for this jam there will be no voting. I sort of decided to pick a winner we'll see how we do in future jams, but that's how we do it for this one. And there will be I will be streaming my entire, I think someone asked this, are you going to stream your jam progress? Yes, I will be streaming my entire jam progress. I think I won't even shut down this stream. I will continue after this intro stream on the same, because why split them up? And if you want to stream, then I encourage that, because it's more fun if there's like this whole gang of people on the internet streaming their game dev. And if you are streaming, then you can ping me on Discord, and I will add you to this list here, and so people can find your stream. And about that, the Discord server. So on the each page, it says community here, and there's a Discord server invite here, and you can go there and ask questions or ask things about Odin and stuff. And in the Odin Holiday Jam channel, you can talk about whatever related to the jam. If there's a lot, there's also an Odin channel for general Odin things. Like if there's a lot going on in the Odin Holiday Jam channel and you want to ask an Odin question, you can also ask it in the Odin channel. Feel free to use other suitable channels as well if there's a lot going on. So I think that's that for the itch page. On the bottom of the itch page, there is some learning material. And I will talk a bit about some of this, but it's essentially how to set up Odin, some basic Odin game examples, and then some additional learning material. And this is also in the description of this video, this stuff here. So, let's see here. I have my... Yeah, I already talked about the Discord server, so please join that. There is no sort of... community tab on here like on some game jams, because I wanted to keep it all in one place. So please join the Discord server. The link is also in the description of the stream, and on the each page. So the optional theme I will reveal at 8 o'clock, and I will update the each page as well at that point. It says it's an optional theme, because I think that sometimes some people, they already had a fun idea of how to make a game, so I think more of the theme as for people who need inspiration. They can use the theme and sort of try to either have some nice constraints or get some inspiration from it, so they can use that. Okay, let's look a bit at installing Odin and stuff. So I will show the getting started website of the Odin website here. I will just pull out this. So this is the description of this video. There's a lot going on here. Right, there we go. The theme will be revealed in a while, but it's optional. So it will be revealed soon. So just something about getting started with Odin here. So first you need to sort of set up Odin right. So if you're a complete beginner, then I would recommend you go to this link in the description here. Set up the Odin compiler, all platforms, right? You go there, and then there are instructions for, like you download one of the official releases here, you click latest release, download it, and then you follow the requirements for your platform. I'm using Windows, so on Windows, for example, you need to download this thing, unzip it in a folder somewhere, the latest release, and then you need to install the Visual Studio C++ compiler thingy, which is explained by this thing here. There's a link to an installer here, so if you already have a Visual C++ compiler and stuff, then you don't need that. But if you don't have it, then you go here to this link, and it will look something like this when you try to install it. Like you need to select this thing, desktop development with C++. So we're using Odin here, but the Odin compiler requires the linker from Visual Studio C++ linker, and it also requires the Windows 11 SDK, and you get both by clicking this thing. So just do that. Just download the release, download this thing, select that, install that, And then when you've done that, the only other thing you need to do is to make sure the Odin compiler is in your path. And on Windows, that would be something like you go into the start menu and type edit system environment variables, click environment variables, and then you go into path here, edit it, and then you add wherever you unzipped Odin to here. So here you see I have C:/\Odin here. And that makes it possible to run the Odin compiler from wherever on your computer. So that's sort of the easy way to just download a zip, unzip it somewhere, add that thing to your path, and install this Visual Studio stuff as well. And then you're good to go. Then you have a working Odin compiler. I also have in here a link to a video series where I set up the Odin compiler, and I show how to set it up, how to set up a development environment in Sublime Text and all that. And there's also a little tutorial video at the end. So this is a little tutorial playlist of this. The difference here is that in this video here, this Odin compiler, I set up the Odin compiler from source. So I compile the compiler, which is actually not necessary, but it's nice if you want to use what's known as OLS. But if you don't know what that is, then you probably don't need it. That's just for getting like code completion and stuff. So if you want Odin with like code completion, then you can go to this playlist here. So that's sort of the different ways to install the Odin compiler. And so if you're some other operating system than Windows, then it might be actually simpler, because on Windows it's a bit all over the place with download a zip, unzip it, download this Visual Studio thing and do a checkbox. On Mac OS there are these simple instructions of some commands to run on top of downloading the thing, and all the same for Linux-like systems. There's also, if you have a package manager on your Linux-like system, there's some instructions for that. And then there's the instructions for how to compile from source on all the three major desktop platforms: Linux, Mac OS, and Linux. Just follow whichever you use, and you should be all fine. So when you've done all that and you have your Odin compiler set up and ready, then you want to get started, right? So if you're a complete beginner, you have never done anything in Odin before, then you might, I would suggest, if you've never used Odin and you're quite new to game development, I would suggest try out Odin and Raylib. Raylib is a little nice library for creating video games. I have made lots of videos on how to make games using Raylib, but I made in the description here and on each page, I have linked a minimal Odin plus Raylib example for beginners. So you can click that, and then you get to this gist here that looks like this. And I have this actually open here in Sublime. There we go. So it looks like this. It's just, I put in some comments. This is for super beginners, like what the things do. So this thing, if we run it, and we can run it by, I will just open the command line. We go to code Raylib minimal. This is where I put it. So if you did all the things before, you have your Odin compiler set up, and it's in your path and all that is set up, then you should be able to just do Odin run period and press enter. And then it does some stuff, and then this window pops up, and in this window you can move this little cube around. That's our minimal Raylib example. That you can freely use that code on the gist and on the link there, and use it as a basis for getting started. So this command, Odin run dot, it just takes all the Odin files within this folder and compiles them and runs the program. And of course, inside this folder here is where we have our Raylib minimal.odin, which is this file, which I've copied from that, from this link here. Where did I put that? I lost my Sorry if I'm a bit disorganized today. Yeah, so from this link here, you download that. You just take the stuff on that link and you put it in a file in an empty folder, and then you run odin run dot. Right. And this program, like you saw, it just moves around a little cube. That's all it does. So you can look through the code. It has some comments, but it essentially is drawing a cube and processing some input. But the nice thing here is that Odin comes with Raylib built in, like it ships with the Raylib bindings and the Raylib library file. So you actually just need to paste this into a file, this code, and then go to the folder where you save it and run and do this Odin run period, and then this will all work. You don't need to set up any sort of library things. Right, so that's that little example. So if you're a complete beginner, I recommend downloading this, looking at it, trying to understand it, and then you could look at some other of my video tutorials if you want to see some more stuff, or you can just go to, I would other than that recommend you just open wherever you installed Odin. You can open that folder, for example. This is C::Odin, where I have Odin. Inside vendor is Raylib, so if you go into find Raylib there, you can drag and drop this into Sublime. And then you can, for example, open raylib.odin and have a look in here. So this little minimal program here uses draw rectangle V. So you can find that, draw rectangle V. And then you have all the other variants here, and you can see also there's other things in here, for example, for drawing textures and stuff. This like draw texture V. Draw texture V, and draw texture Pro, and all those things. So just have a look around in there. And also a nice thing in Sublime is when you have this Raylib folder pulled in here, you can just press F12 and jump there, or you can also press Ctrl-Shift-R and just type clear background or draw texture and just choose one of those. So that's that for the super basic example. Just some crash course there. Let's go back to my little, I keep losing my window with, there it is. And so I probably have a tiny bit of time for questions at the end, but I need to get through this before 8 o'clock. So I will try to answer some of the questions in the chat also. So we have our minimal example here. And then I also included our Odin Box 2D Raylib example on this link. This if you want to use some 2D physics stuff. And I have that open here as well. So if you take the stuff at that link and you just paste it into a file and run it, then it will look like this. There's some boxes. I did this on a stream a while ago, but I thought it was just a neat way to get started. So it's just this thing where you can play around with this. And this as well, Box 2D comes with in the vendor folder of Odin and Raylib as well. So Odin comes with both of these. That's why I was able to pull in Raylib and look inside the Raylib bindings in the other example. But the same applies for Box 2D bindings, which is this little 2D physics engine. You can look at that if you want to try play around with physics. If, like I said, if you're a beginner, maybe try sticking to just doing a simple game using Odin and Raylib. Odin does not have any 3D physics in vendor. The chat asked about that. There is some bindings for the Jolt physics engine, but yeah, there is nothing that ships with it. And then finally, I also have a little. This is just you can check this out yourself. There's an example in here for how to use Sokol. Which is a sort of abstract rendering API. There's a little example there. I can run it actually. I have it here. But this is sort of a whole GitHub repository that looks like this. And it's not as nicely commented as the other stuff. I just put it there if someone wants to look at it. And if you run it, it sort of looks like this. It's a little height map loader I wrote once, just if you're interested. Socal bindings does not come with Odin's, but I have included some instructions on how to get up and running on that link. Right. That's that about how to get started. You're allowed to do whatever you want, but these are just some ideas for technical things you can use to get started. So we're almost there. We're almost at the start of the jam. Very exciting. Let's see if I have forgot anything else here. If you want the Sublime setup like I have it, then there is also in this playlist here there is a video on how I set up my whole Sublime thingy, if you want that. But I would just say also some final words before we start about like what to do in a game jam and how to approach it, maybe, because many people are like, they're almost like a bit anxious about game jams. They're like, oh, what if my game doesn't work properly or isn't fun, or something like that. I would say just try to have fun and don't try to make the perfect game. It's more about just having fun and learning something. And I don't actually really like the whole competition aspect personally. I think it's more about you competing against yourself to challenge yourself a bit and do something. That's why my game jam is not that competition focused. It's more about having fun and learning, I would say. And I have this Discord server where we can help each other to understand how to do things. And when it comes to writing the code, don't try to be like, write generic systems to solve a super generic problem. Just whatever you're doing right now. If you want to draw a texture on the screen, just do that. Do the simplest thing to solve the immediate problem you have right now. Don't try to overthink anything. Just write the simplest code to solve the thing you're doing. And do that over and over until you have a game in front of you. And sometimes maybe you will run into problems where your old code doesn't work, and then you can, change it a bit. But don't try to make a super fancy game engine during a jam, because then you will not have a game at all. You will just have some framework code at the end. Right. We have a few minutes left. And I guess I could take just some quick questions from the chat before I reveal the optional theme. And the theme is optional, so you don't need to follow it. It's just for people who want inspiration for their game. Let's see here. If there was anything. Theme time. Can Odin cross-compile? It can cross-compile, but it cannot cross a link. So you just have your object files, and then you can't do anything really with it. So kind of no. If the people who asked about 3D physics, look up the. You can probably ask in my Odin's either in the Odin Discord server or on my Discord server. There are some people who have been using the Jolt physics engine with some nice bindings, and it seems to work pretty well. Plush Pill asks, can I make my game a web export? If you made it using you can compile with the build target WebAssembly, but Odin doesn't support mscripten very well, so you might have a bit of trouble there making your game, and for example using Raylib and doing a web export, because it doesn't support mscripten perfectly. In that case, you can use WebGPU or WebGL. There is this there is this nice thing, for example. I think the creator of this is in the chat. The Tarnav made this a while ago, and it's an example of some web. I think this is WebG. Is this WebGL and WASM? And I'll put that in the chat. So Ruslan asks, how do we upload? So there is some instructions here on the itch page. Like you're asking what to upload also. So when you submit, just make sure it's before the deadline, because you can't submit after the deadline really. But you make sure it's an executable for whichever platform you prefer. And if you want to, you can put up a source code zip as well, because then maybe if it just uses Raylib, for example, it's quite easy. Okay, the Tarnav says it's a bit outdated, so it doesn't run on latest Odin that code. I don't know if there's some better. I think there's also some WebAssembly examples in with WebGPU in the Odin. I will quickly find it before the clock hits 8. If anyone wants to do WebGPU stuff. WebGPU is of course a bit more what's it called? Experimental than WebGL. But if you inside the vendor folders, you can import vendor : WGPU, and then you get WebGPU, and then there are some examples in there. So this will be with your Odin compiler, this stuff. And there are some examples on how to make both a JS version and a GLFW version of your thing. And but this is just a rendering API, so you don't have all the nice things that you get with Raylib, for example. Like you don't have any built-in way to just draw a texture and stuff. So, but I will link that in the chat as well. So if you want to just have an easy time for yourself, and you're a beginner, then just use. I almost read "let's go" in the chat in the middle of a sentence there. Then just use this. Then in that case, just use Raylib and be happy and try to make a nice game for yourself. It might not be able to export to the web, but I think it's better to try to make something fun. And for the submission, so you submit an executable for whichever platform and your source code zip, and then also submit a short video of the gameplay. And I will make a showcase video that I will put on this channel of everyone's, of all the people who submitted a video. And then I will look through that and sort of try to pick out a number of, I don't know how many, but the ones that I think look a bit nicer, and I will play them. I will try to pick out as many as I can really, but we'll see how many it is. And I will play them either on a video or on a stream, and I will pick out a winner from that. And if you cannot finish this video in time for the deadline of the upload, then you can just post a link to it on the Discord instead. That's completely fine. Just make sure to upload your executable for any platform plus an optional source code zip before the deadline. And then do this little video thing using OBS or the Windows clip recorder or whichever thing you have on your platform. Yeah, so that's that. The clock is 8 essentially. Let's look at the theme. I will do like this. So the optional theme is overground and underground. And you can interpret this in any way you want. You can interpret it in a literal sense, that it's a game where you can go overground and then you can go underground. Or you can do it in a more, shady sense, that maybe there's a special hidden super underground in your game or something. And this is an optional theme, so you don't need to follow it. But if you want inspiration, then you can try using this theme. Okay. Any other questions? Because, well, the jam has started now, so enjoy yourself with the jam. Go make some fantastic games and join the Discord server and ask questions. And I will continue streaming here and try to make my own game. And I will, every now and then when I get tired, I will take a break and I will try to answer questions either from Discord or from the chat or whatever, you know. So I will try to moderate it a bit also using this stream. But yeah, good luck everyone. Have very fun. I will now update the itch page with this theme and post some stuff on the Discord as well. But this stream will, I will keep this stream running for a while. But you all go and start making your game. Okay. Good luck. So let's see here. First, I'm gonna update the itch page. So this stream will be a combination of me doing admin of the. This is like the admin stream now. Just the theme. So here's how this is the itch, the editor of the jam here. Pasting. Paste that in there. Hope you like the theme, and if you don't like it, then ignore it. So there you go. Now the theme is there. I also need to figure out what game I'm gonna make because I haven't decided on like anything. I mean, I knew the theme, and also I'm immune, of course, to winning. My game is just there to be inspirational, whatever I'm doing. So you know, it's all that. But of course, I'm not gonna make myself the winner. But I'm pretty sure that someone will make a much better game than me as well. So the Tarnev says, now the hard part. Yes. Right. So yeah, I will mute myself for a little while I do some admin, but I will be here. I will unmute myself a bit in a bit. You all go start jamming. Bye bye. Good luck. Okay, I'm back. I did some admin. I had to post things and it was too distracting to do it on stream. There's now a list of streamers on the on both the announcement channel and on the itch page. And if you're streaming and you want to get on that list, then just ping me and I will add you to it. I'm gonna see here if any of the other streamers are up and running. Yeah. There are a few. Fun to see. Yeah, go to the announcement channel and you can start off some of the other people's stream as well if you want to watch some other people making some Odin games. Hi Luna Vibe. So now we get to that funny part of this stream where I must decide what game I'm making, because I haven't really decided that. I had some different ideas and yeah. So it's, I guess I'll, like what I usually do for these things when trying to decide what game to make, it's sort of like sometimes I sit down and draw a bit, like write down on a piece of paper, like different funny ideas until something that sounds fun, that can work. Sometimes I just start working on something. Sometimes I know beforehand what I want to make. I had some different ideas. I've been thinking of maybe trying to do something that uses more physics, so sort of box 2D, something with Raylib. But yeah. Not 100% sure yet, but that's half the fun. Luna Vibe says, try making a platformer. Yeah, maybe. The game I released was sort of a platform, like Cat and Onion that I made is sort of a platformer. Well, it's more of a adventure game with platform mechanics, but yeah. So I'm gonna brainstorm a bit here. I'm gonna try to. Sometimes you get very self-conscious when you brainstorm on a. I have no problem at all developing on stream. Giraffe in Orbit says Cat and Onion. It's an experience. Yeah. It's not it's barely a video game. It's a cat powered experience. I also say that Cat and Onion is this was based on a review I saw back then when it released, that there was someone who said every now and then someone said that every now and then people uncover like a tomb somewhere where some king was buried with their pet because they love their pet so much, so they wanted to have them with them in the grave. And so it's sort of this monument to a pet, which is a bit weird because I don't know if they had to kill that pet in order to put it in the grave, which makes it sad instead of happy. But anyways, that's not the point here. But someone said that your game feels a bit like that because if you've played Cat and Onion, it's after a while you start realizing that it's sort of a monument to past and present cats I've had in my life. But that's sort of a hidden undertone to it. But it's quite fun that I now have on Steam this little cat shrine to cats. On yeah. Anyways, that was a side. Channel asks, is it okay if the game requires controller? Yeah, you can do any, like as long as you use Odin and you finish on time, then it's all good. You can make the game however you want. Like if it requires like a super special type of controller that I don't have, then maybe I won't be able to play it. But the important part is, of course, that you have fun making. Like it's more important that you have fun making something, and then you can be like, oh look, I finished something in a week. But if it's just a standard gamepad, like a Xbox or a PlayStation gamepad or something, then I would be able to play that as well. Bachor says underground insects trying to break free from the outside by manipulating and toying around with physics objects. Maybe that's the game you should make, Bachor. Yeah, I'm just gonna every suggestion I get here, I'm just gonna tell everyone, oh, you go make the game. Okay, Jerry, you go make the trains game. Luna Vibe, try making a game about a chicken escaping KFC. Well, maybe you should make a game. Sounds like I'm starting to. sounds like I'm starting to get like these annoying comebacks. Why don't you try making a? Yeah, no, I'm gonna try to figure something out there. So I think maybe I'll try to follow my own theme. Maybe that's a good idea, because I kind of like these kind of themes that are I kind of like the idea of something that is hidden in, like, there's this hidden chambers and stuff under the ground where you suddenly find, and it sort of changes your perception of things. But it's also a game jam, so it's a bit hard to make something too fancy. You need to make, like, usually the best game jam games are the ones that are the most arcadey, because like it's just something fun happening on the screen. If it's like, I'm not saying that people shouldn't try to make like deep narrative games or something, but those kind of games usually are a bit more fun if they have a bit more polish to them, like they've spent a lot of time making them, and you don't have that time in a game jam. So usually the ones that are most fun to make and most fun to play when it comes to game jam games are the, I would say, slightly more arcadey games, maybe. Or maybe some kind of puzzle game or a little fun simulation game. But simulation games are also, they can take quite a while to make. And don't be scared if it takes you a while to come up with your game jam idea. Like, I've had game jams where I spent the first 4 hours just doodling on a paper and not coming up with anything. And then finally I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this, and I start doing something. But it's of course better to get started as fast as possible. But sometimes I've gone with friends, like sometimes I've done game jams in team, and I go with friends to we go have dinner or something, and we sit and chat, have a beer or something, and try to come up with something. Haven't been to like these on location game jams for a while. That would be fun to do again. I've been to like Nordic Game Jam in Denmark, and I've been to No More Sweden in Sweden, which are both fun game jams. But I haven't been in a very long while. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I do like trains, that's true. So, but I did try to make a train game prototype a while ago. But maybe I should do something with physics, just a funny blob jumping around. Destroying things. Not sure what that's supposed to be though. Maybe I'll make I always wanted to make like a little Metroidvania style game, and I was trying to do that on, like, I had streams where I was trying to do that. But maybe something like a super simple Metroidvania style game. And that can also have like the literal, I could use the literal meaning of the theme, that you can go underground, like you go into some tunnel sometimes and look around. Yeah, maybe that would be fun. It sounds like a fun thing to make also, maybe. Although I will have to make some... I'm not very good at using third-party editors. I always end up making a little editor. That's all fun. That's all fun and fine. But yeah. So a little Metroidvania with trains. Train Mania. Metroid Train. You need to get your train further, so you... Yeah, Wool W says don't get scope creep early on now. Yeah, it's... I think it's good to you try to think of 1,000 different things, and then you try to work backwards to the thing that sounded most Metrovania. That's good. Then you try to work backwards to the like, because sometimes you think of something and you think of something else, and then it feels like it's scope creeping because you're sort of. But then you can sort of instead pluck out the one thing that sounded most fun and only try to do that. And I'm thinking that maybe I should do like 2D. Yeah, I will open my, like Bachwer says, I will open my little thing here and I will be like, okay, trains, we have Metrovania, and then we have, what more did I want to do? I'm not so keen on, I'm sorry, I'm not so keen on the KFC idea. Sebastian says, I feel like scope creeping is really hard for me. The theme reminded me of Link's Awakening and it's hard to get out of my head. Yeah, but then maybe you can take like, because you only have so little time, right? So maybe you can take a tiny, like, take your favorite thing about those games, maybe just one mechanic, and make a little world where you can run around and maybe you find that mechanic and then use it for something. So it's just a tiny piece. Then maybe you can finish something. But if you try to do like a whole, Zelda with all the different mechanics and yes, and to try to distill it down. I almost said try to dilute it, but that's not the word. Try to distill it down to the most, to just one single thing that you really would like to just make a game around. But the theme is, like I said, it's very easy to take this theme literally, but you can also take it like a bit, especially the underground part of it. You have all the dark, mysterious underground society or something, or I don't know. Channel asks, do you have any tips for setting up a 2D level editing, especially for Game Jam? You could try to use one of the off-the-shelf level editors if making editors is not if it's not what you want to do. So, because making editors can take a while. Like if you really try to cut corners, then maybe it will be fine. Like you try to only put in the stuff you want, but you can try to use LDTK, for example. LDTK can export to some kind of JSON format and you can load that. I think you can export to a JSON and you can load that and you can put your graphics inside and do stuff. You can also use Tiled. It's a bit more old school. So I think those are the two popular. Yeah, like Luna says, or Tiled. My stream is a tiny bit delayed, maybe 20 seconds. Oh yeah, there's an Odin lib for LDTK. Is there now? Oh yeah, actually, it's Jakub that made it, of course. Of course. Odin LDTK lib. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can also, like you say, wonder if it would be easier to use an external program like Inkscape or a more specific one. Like one thing I've done in some game jams is is like if you say that you make a tile-based game where you have like a grid, right? And you maybe have only 5 different. Let me boot up Sprite and show what I mean here. Maybe you only have like 5 different. Oh, this has some funny background color. I need to fix this. Wait. There's no way to reset this back to like what it was. I changed this once, this background color, and now it's just this weird, the weirdest background color in the universe. Whatever. That's not important right now. What you could do for a level editor is use a pixel art program, right? Where you export a PNG file or something that doesn't have compression. So then you can draw, like, you can have one color that's like exactly this color is one tile type, and then you have another color that's like maybe it's this color. You define the color, a few different colors yourself, and you make a little palette out of that. And those are like, oh, there's 5 different colors maybe you can use, and then you just load that picture and you use the pixels as the tile. So that's I've done that in game jams, and it's actually one of the easiest ways to quickly make a tile-based level editor. Yeah, there's the reset button in Sprite, but it doesn't do anything. I click it. Maybe it's because my index 0 color here. I think it's actually because my palette is a bit silly. Let's steal the palette from Cat and Onion as usual. Don't I have it here? No? Maybe I have it here. There it is. Now this one also has I think it doesn't work because my 0 color is a bit sad, maybe. How do I unlock this now again? You see, it's just broken. There you go. So the reset buttons only works if you click active document. It's a bug. Channel asks, what about non-tiled levels? For non-tiled levels, you probably need some more fancy. Like then you can make your own little level editor maybe, because then you essentially need to place objects at specific pixel positions. In that case, I mean, I have a whole video on making level editors if you want to go look into that. It might become a bit much if you haven't done it before for a game jam. I will find it for you, but yeah. Let's see your channel. Where is it? My level editor video I made a long time ago. Here. So I have this like 40-minute video where I show how I made a level editor, and it talks about serialization and all that. But you can probably cut a lot of corners in a game jam. Maybe all you need is to place some objects and place some colliders and stuff. So yeah. But yeah. So I don't. You have to decide, I guess, what's sort of the best, like what's the thing you want to achieve in this game, and sort of try to limit it. So because if you try to make a super fancy level editor, then you will spend all the game jam doing that. But if you just make sure that you can place a few different objects, maybe you can read which files it is you want to be able to place from a folder, for example, then like you can read the file names from a folder, for example. Then you could use that and make a little palette out of that, so you can place those different objects and record their position in a struct somehow, and then save it and then load it as a level or something like that. Yeah, you could load a vector image as a level. It's just like, where do you place the colliders and stuff? But you could sometimes some people, if you just want like a simple thing, you could load a big image, for example, and then have a tiny editor where you can just draw out the colliders on top of that or something. Or you can hard code in the colliders if you just need a few. Maybe you just have a super simple little thing where you like maybe you just have a little arena shooter where you just want to make an arena with like maybe you have a little 2D side scroller game where you have an arena where you jump around and shoot or something. Then you could just in code hack in where those colliders should be, just to have a level. Anyways, trains, Metrovania. Funny 2D physics. With cat. I was thinking something silly with having a cat that bounces around. Trains, Metrovania, funny 2D physics with cat. When in doubt, cat. Exactly. I also have my Wacom here, so I can actually draw in Affinity if I want to. Maybe that would be good. I'm trying to figure out what game to make. You need to sort of spend some time on just trying out some different ideas or something. Okay. Draw some stuff. This brush is huge. And it's black. Wow, it's also weird. Basics. Round brush. Smaller. Maybe turn off the stabilizer for now. So, yes, now it works. So I was thinking of something like you have a round cat, and it's sort of physics based, and you can sort of jump around and bounce and stuff, and you can also break some blocks. Like maybe if you smash hard into this block here, then it breaks or something. Maybe there are some scary pits or something that you need to get over. And it's just physics based. Maybe this cat is rolling, so it's just like a ball that can just roll around, so it can be like upside down. Or something like that. So that's some stuff. That's one idea I was thinking of. I also had this idea of having 3 separate cats. That's me and my girlfriend was talking about that, because we had these stuffed toys. There's this one long cat. It's amazing. And then there's this round cat, and then there's also a short, like a little chubby black cat. And they have different, it's sort of like Trine. So this one is like a bouncy ball. This one, I don't know what it does. And this one is sort of like a mage that can do stuff. It sort of has some arcane powers or something. This one, I don't know. Maybe this one can become longer. Like this. And then shorter. And this one then can sort of... Oh. My background color is not white. Well, it's not black, I mean. There we go. So maybe you can have this long cat. It's sort of, it can become longer. So you can do like this. Whee! I'm so gonna have bizarre physics trouble if I try to do this. And then this one can roll down. I still don't know what this guy is doing. Maybe this one can move one of the other guys around or something. But so I was thinking of this concept, right, with these 3 different cats that do have different abilities. But it might be a bit complicated for a game jam. So instead I was thinking of only doing the round 1. It's sort of a bouncy physics ball thing that goes on a silly adventure. So those are sort of 2 different ideas. Let's Can I clone this whole? I will save this somewhere. Let me see all my secret folders here. I don't have much secrets. I will save it in here. Concept 1. Then we save it as concept 2. This is concept 2 now. Yeah, I think I'm doing Raylib. Hello, Aku. Because also I think it's... So one more thing I've been thinking about is doing something in using Sokol, like trying to just whip something together. It's for me to learn something new, right? Because I've used Sokol a tiny bit. I did this. I showed in the intro stream, which is still this stream, but with a little intermission. But I showed them there, like this little landscape loader thingy I made using Sokol. And that was fun. So we can add that to the list. 3D Sokol thing. What does that even mean? I could maybe do like a 3D jump between platforms. Blah. I have not used Web GPU really. I know Aku here is making a whole little game using Web GPU. It looks very nice. Maybe, yeah, we can add that to the list. Web GPU game, but I mean that's his technology. That's not a game. So. But I know a bit about Sokol, so I know I have enough there to sort of get started. But I haven't used it a lot. So maybe that would be fun. So if you think like that, like I could still make 2D game in Sokol, but that's a bit boring because I'm faster doing 2D game with Raylib really. So maybe I should try doing something 3D with Sokol. yeah. I would also not try to figure out Web GPU for a 2-day jam. That is correct. That's sort of. I can ask, have you ever done anything with an isometric view? I did some student projects with isometric view. Sort of. I really love these old role-playing games like Fallout 1 and 2, and when I started making video games, well, when I was a student trying to make my own video games many years ago, I was like, should totally make my own super good RPG game with isometric view things. Turned out to be a bit complicated. But yeah, that's a good isometric view game. But yeah, it's all a bit tricky to do in a game jam. Oh, Aku, I guess you're not at home. Are you on some Christmas voyage or something like that? So you don't have your big PC with you. You could go in a completely different direction, spreadsheet type management game. Yeah, I guess I could. I really like one of my absolute favorite games is Open Transport Tycoon. Well, Transport Tycoon Deluxe, but now these days people play Open TTD. So, but it's not a spreadsheet type game. I would more say it's like an operating system game because it's like lots of buttons, and I'm trying to introduce people to that game today is a bit hard. But when you played it since you were a kid, it's pretty. To me, it's almost intuitive. But it's maybe that's a good idea, like a isometric. I mean, it's quite done, but like isometric train building game thingy. Something I really like is these train games where you have a 3D. You have 3D terrain, and you sort of put a track that goes along the terrain, and you have a train running. If you combine that with some kind of Transport Tycoon thing, then that's, I think, really cool. Very hard to do in a game jam because just doing the putting a track on a terrain and making the terrain sort of bend that terrain a bit. That's tricky. Yeah, Railbound is a great game. I've met the guy quite a long while ago who made it. I didn't realize it was that person. Luke. I didn't realize it was Luke until I joined your Discord server or something. Aku says, I would love to do something M&B inspired on a very small scale. M&B? What's M&B? Mountain Blade. Yeah. Mountain Blade. That's nice. Yeah, I think the person who the main programmer, there's of course a little team around Railbound, but there's a main programmer CEO guy. I think he worked on what's it called before that, Superhot, because there are a bunch of there are a couple of Polish developers. By the way, I'm not Polish. I'm just a fake Polish person. I have a Polish name, but I can only say Kotek and Krówki and Dobrze. Nothing more. My mom is Polish. Should learn Polish. And I'm gonna make a game about learning Polish. What was I thinking here? So we have a 3D so-called thing. POE2, is that? Oh, that's Path of Exile. I also read it as Pillars of Eternity, but I know everyone is referring to Path of Exile right now, but I was like, Pillars of Eternity. Yeah, the Polish people have to polish the game, and the Finnish people have to finish the game. No one else gets to polish or finish games. So we have all these 3D circles thing. Well, what could that be? That'd be like a... I don't know. It's just I really like first person games. That's the thing, right? So I could make some kind of shooter, I guess. I don't know if I like making shooters that much. I could also just try to make a little game where you try to climb on top of something. I don't know. Isometric train building game thingy. Maybe since I have the theme, maybe I can make like a elevator maker game. Just go up and down. I don't know. Like I was thinking of like it's something that starts on top of ground and goes down, and then something else happens. Elevator maker game. Elevator maker game. What does that mean? What does it mean? The elevator game. You know, I if anyone has played Elden Ring, I really love in all the Dark Souls, all the Souls likes. I love their crazy elevators. Elden Ring, of course, has the craziest elevator in any video game ever. I'm not gonna spoil that more than you say that it exists. But also like the elevator in Dark Souls is amazing. Like the Firelink Shrine elevator. How to survive elevator. I can do a 2D game that's like there was once someone who made a game where you know the game about where you can accidentally get stuck in an elevator without a door, so you're like on this wobbly platform and try to not get stuck. Yeah, I mean, yes, Bachwer. I mean that one. That's the peak elevator ever. It's bizarre. So yeah, we could have an elevator. Maybe we can do a little digging game. So we have an elevator on the ground, right? Like that. And it goes down in a shaft. And down here, so the elevator goes down here, and then you have like a little place here where you can do something. So you can get out the elevator here, and then you can dig these blocks, and it becomes I don't want to mining and resource management, but maybe something else. And then you take them up above ground, and then it's Minecraft. I don't know. I didn't know they could ride that elevator. They go do fast travels, always ride a super long elevator. Yeah. I think I like in Elden Ring to avoid fast travel because it's so nice to ride around, but yeah. Let's see if anything is happening on my Discord. Here. Oh yeah, will we asked Maybe I replied to you here as well. I don't know. But yeah, Will said that I have quite a few ideas adhering to the theme, just none that are feasible within 48 hours in my current skill set. And I think if you have like a big idea, just like there's probably a small thing. I'm just repeating my answer here because I think it's interesting for other people. But I think it's if you just have a small, tiny thing in that idea that like, oh, I like this, then try to distill that down. And I talked a bit about this before, distilling it down. But try to only do that and see if you can get just that single thing working. And then you can add in more things as you go. Or maybe the game will also, when you make games, the game usually tells you what it wants because you can play the game and feel like, oh, this would be nice if we had this. And then you try to also fight scope creep a bit so that you can actually still sort of try to finish something. But yeah. So we have an elevator here on my drawing. And what should... You can go down on the ground. Maybe you could be like you go in some direction and break these blocks, and then you find something so you can make your elevator go deeper. And at the bottom you find a cat. But yeah, don't be so. I think also like the reason I'm doing this on stream is also for people to not, don't be afraid if you can't come up with a game idea immediately. It can take a few hours. If you can't come up with anything, go buy a pizza and sit down and eat your pizza and think about it, or something. You spend a few hours. You should ideally, because in local time here, for me, I have like this evening here, and then I have 2 whole days to work on the game, essentially. So it's just nice to have at least try to have something up and running at the end of this evening here. But yeah, trains, Metrovania, funny 2D physics with cat, elevator game. What would I do in the elevator game? I will go fetch something more to drink. Think a bit. Be right back. back. I have my beer. It's low alcohol beer, so I'll be able to program still. I don't believe in Balmer Peak. It's for me it's just one beer and then I go do something else usually if it's strong beer. So I talked also to Jerry here. We had some different ideas for... I talked about some of my different ideas. I was going to get beer. And then I started talking about my different game ideas. I'm still thinking I could do something like top-down, like maybe an isometric style thing, you know, with maybe building some trains, but also maybe I could make some kind of puzzle game, sort of like Dorfromantik style or something, you know. But maybe with some kind of underworld concept on top of that. Another idea was to... Where is Affinity? Another idea was to do something like this. Like you have a train here. There's wagons. They're all connected. This is the engine here. And then they're running over ground. And then there's elevators here. And these sort of elevators can take one of the wagons and send them down into the underground. And down here we have like maybe you put this down here so it sits here instead. And then you could have sort of a train engine down here also that you can connect to it or something. And then you can sort of reorganize them, so you can use these different funny elevators to reorganize your train carts. Maybe they have some numbers or something, or I don't know, something to make it some sort of a puzzle to fix it somehow. And it almost becomes like one of those games where you need to move. Like, so maybe there are several levels here, right? So you need to move around between them in different complicated ways because there's crap in the way down here. Or something like that. This is like this game where you move. Haven't thought more about it than that. That's the elevator train game. What I usually try to look for in these things is like some core mechanic that I can get started on immediately and do, so that I feel like I have a fun short-term goal. Because if you're like, oh, it's gonna be this mystical thing, and they just know the whole idea is just a feeling, it's usually quite hard to do in 48 hours and how to get started, right? But yeah. But I'm coming back to this funny 2D physics with cat. So this is the first concept. Because this I can... Oh, I accidentally overwrote this today. So if we remove these guys, so we just have... You start with one cat. That's the physics ball that can bounce around and stuff. Use box 2D or something to do that. And it can break blocks and stuff. But I'm not sure exactly what the point of it is. The Metrovania here is sort of Metroidvania, but you have You have a train you're driving deeper and deeper underground, and you need to do stuff. Maybe you need to get out of the train sometimes to do something, or maybe you're always in you use the train. Also a bit unclear. So let's try to think completely, since none of these ideas are sort of resonating with me that much. Maybe let's try to think of something different. So I was also thinking of doing like using Sokol, just like a terrain editing thingy where you can place like little houses and trees, and you make, it's just like it's barely a game, it's more of a, like, you know, you have all these games like Tiny Glade and stuff, but maybe add something more to it, so it sort of is a game. I'm not saying that Tiny Glade isn't a game, but I mean, it's that type of game is inspired by level editors, essentially. Like it's very, very, very nicely made editors that are so nice to use that they become games. And I'm good at making editors because I used to work with that, right? So I don't think that's hard. So doing something like that is actually sort of playing on my strength, but I could do it in a way that that takes me out of my comfort zone a bit. People are starting to chat about, they have ideas, but everything is hard. It's hard to get started. I will write to them that. Okay, now I don't know why I'm hiding my Discord server. Something I would like to do is sort of like a 2D space game where you kind of travel between planets and land on them and stuff, and maybe you have to transport things between them or something. That's pretty fun to work on, the initial stuff. But yeah. I think my problem is that I've made, you know, I sometimes take a while to come up with game jam ideas because I've made so many small examples of like, oh, here's just a character being able to move around and stuff, that just starting with that, and I want something slightly more usually. Some kind of tangible single gameplay idea to start with. But yeah, maybe I would like to make some kind of puzzle game. Like a Carcassonne or what's it called, a Dorf Romantik style thing where you place tiles and you need to have some kind of synergy between them. I guess it could be like you place tiles and if you combine the forest, then there's maybe some kind of synergetic effects where you have the forest becomes bigger if certain things are correct around it, sort of that you put sort of like a quest almost on it. But yeah, then we have the underground aspect, like the underground, like Bachwer says in the chat, that you can have a synergy of what underground the tile and above it. Yeah, so you could, I mean, that's sort of, I could make it so that you can place tiles under, like you get a new tile, right? Just like in Carcassonne or in Dorf Romantik, you get a new tile and you look at it, and that tile might be overground or underground. You just get one random, and then you have to sort of plan your underground stuff a bit. So you kind of like, oh, here is a underground water reservoir or something, and then that there's a good to have a forest on top of that, for example. But it's not good to have, like, maybe then you can't build houses on top of that because it sort of makes the ground wet and sad and muddy. So essentially a few different pieces of tiles you place. And let's see. So you place a few different kinds of tiles. So if we have some, let's go back to this missing program here. If you have like, well, throwing my pen around. Tab or space asks, do you think NeoVim is bad for Odin? No, it's, many people use it, it's good. I think some people got very nice development setups in NeoVim. I think it's one of the most popular editors for Odin, actually. So you can use it. It's good. I use Sublime, but that's just because I'm used to it. And it works the way I expect. But I think both Sublime and NeoVim seem really good alternatives. Some people also use VS Code. So maybe I can place like, do I have like hexagonal tiles? Oh, I can't draw hexagonal for shit, do I? How does this work? Oh yeah, it looks like that. No, wait, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's C. No, hexagonal is... that's hexagonal. I was like, what's... I would love to have something where you sort of place a... You place sort of a sphere or a circle of something, and it sort of has some kind of influence on that area. So you get like each turn you get like a brush, like a single brush stroke to put somewhere. You just put a circle of, and it has sort of like, oh, it in the, like it looks like this, and this part here is sort of like forest, and then there is some over here is something else, and then that is, you can put that on top of something to make, to like, if you already have like a forest here and you put that on top, then if there was water here instead, then like if there was water here, then there's no longer forest there, but maybe there was forest in the, so it's sort of like a free form, more free form kind of thing. Maybe you can do it with some kind of nice, you can maybe use a combination of some kind of render texture and SDF or something to have different kinds of interesting data in there. I would love to make a game where you draw a map, like you have like a brush, like you draw, this is a coastline, and then you have one, you can draw like you can draw some mountains with another brush, and they look like that, and then you have like I love maps. Kind of weird tangent here. I love maps. So you have kind of stuff like this, and then you draw an island, and it's over here, and then maybe there's a city here. Wow, like with a nice house. And then when you've done that, maybe you can make, I'm trying to figure out what the game is here. I just like drawing maps. I just think I could maybe pull off drawing a sort of a dynamic map. Maybe. More of a 2D, like a 2D stylish cutesy thing rather than like a, it's not supposed to do anything proper, but that the question is then, but maybe I can combine it with something else. Like maybe you have a, maybe you get to draw like, maybe it tells you, oh, now you need to fill in this part. You need to fill in this square here, right? And then you can say that there is already drawn like this. So then you, well, what happens then if you draw over here and there's not connected here? I don't know. Could of course make like a generation thing where you generate a nice, it generates a nice world map for you, like that. And then of course you make trains on it. A little bridge here. Whee. Like that. You have a station. That. And then you have your train. mountains over here. Yeah, the trains are back. Trains always come back. Track goes away. Anyways, but yeah. Again, problematic with the having a nice core thing to work with. This is very, there's a map and you make a train and it's like, okay. Let's go back thinking about that theme that I chose. So we have the theme, right? It's underground and overground. If we do that literally and just do a line like this. Here's my sun. And then it would be nice if you could, of course, go down underground. There are some blocks you can destroy. It's very quickly, like some of these ideas, very quickly become a bit of Terraria. I think that's very many people will have that sort of happen to them. Yeah. So I don't want to make I don't want to make like this resource gathering thing in Terraria where you go underground and oh, I'm typing in Discord now. I press E. I'm trying to change to my eraser. No, but maybe the I think for real that maybe the puzzle game with the pieces is the best so far. So let's try to work on that a bit. Wonder if it should be hexagonal pieces or I drew this a little while ago, but I was drawing it again. So you have that, and maybe there's a forest on some of these. This one has some mountains. Yeah. Then you have sort of the underworld kind of thing going on, where maybe you can make like you make sort of like oh, here's water, or maybe there's some minerals underground. Yeah, exactly. Dorromantic, but with 2 layers is what I'm thinking of. So you have like underground and you sort of put in some stuff there to make the above ground better, and the other way around as well. Right. some people having trouble choosing ideas in the stream again. I will just... I'm still a bit drawn to the 3D so-called thing with like 3D paint terrain and place things kind of stuff. But that's not really unless you polish it a lot, it's not very fun to play. It may be fun to make for me, but that's fine, but then we have, of course, the Metroidvania kind of stuff. Would be fun to implement something like that. Say that I did this kind of Metroidvania stuff. What would I... What special thing could I do there? I mean, I did have my prototype going on, but I can't use that for the game jam. But I had that going on with strange Metroidvania things, like you could pop off your head and use your very long nose to poke things and stuff. And that's all fun. But I kind of already went down the path, but that was the stuff I was thinking about. Maybe, wait a minute here. Let me think, can I make... George Green says, I'm still in the incubation phase. Me too, me too. Maybe I should do my 2D physics with cat game like this. So I'm thinking like you're this round cat that rolls around. It goes on a block like this, and the aim of it is to find all the tuna cans, of course. Well, what else would you do? You're a cat. So you find all your tuna cans that are like just hovering around in the world or something. And maybe then you good. Oh, Sebastian has a game idea. Good luck, Sebastian, with... I hope your game idea feels fun to work on. Good luck. Yeah, just doing something to learn is great too. Like sometimes, like I'm quite drawn to the thing of doing the so-called terrain editor thing. That's a bit stuff because is fun to work on, and you know, making that a nice experience is fun. But so I'm a bit drawn to that. But maybe I will do my stupid physics thing using Box2D. So I have this one here, and then maybe I can paint the long cat like that. Maybe I actually paint it with the mouse or something. So I roll this one and then I can paint it with the mouse. And then I have maybe I have the funny extra cat that I don't know what that one's supposed to do, but well, how does it look? It's like it looks like this, like a Totoro shaped. It's sort of like a. What does it have like a? It's the face is all over the body. That one sort of has some kind of spell, and the goal of the game is to get around and get all the tuna cans, and then get to the end. It's sort of like if you play the Lastomania, because in Lastomania you need to collect all the apples and then get to the flower, which is very arbitrary, silly things. Here you collect all the tuna, and then you get to the cat tree or something. Collect all the tuna, and then what do you do then? Like they will be around on different funny, hard places in the world. So this map will sort of scroll around a bit. I was also thinking of this long thing. Instead of drawing it, you could also use it like a flipper. So you press a button suddenly, and it sort of becomes this thing that you can use as a bat. And so you can sort of. Like Mr. Hanky now, but so you fly here and then it sort of smacks you and you go on flying further or something, and you can use that every now and then or something. But was this guy here, what does he do? Maybe I skip him. I can just have you can roll around. And maybe you can't jump at all. This thing here helps you jump because it smacks you. Maybe this guy you can press another button and it sort of appears in the air and stops you. So you can be like, you press the right mouse button or something, and this guy just like appears here, so then you fall down. Something. Wool W says, I also have an idea. Now how do I implement it though? Just maybe you can just start with have a game with a window that you can draw into, and then do the first thing, like if you need to control a character or draw some kind of UI, like whatever it is you need to do first, you just do that and don't worry about anything else. Then you do the next tiny thing you need to worry about. You just take the tiniest pieces, otherwise it becomes a bit overwhelming. Right. Yeah, the people on the Discord are like, oh, it's fun to see Carl struggle with game ideas. And I think it's, I like streaming this because I think people are they're a bit scared of not coming up with something or having trouble. But it's super normal. And it's easy to come up with ideas, like just random ideas. But it's, especially when you only have 48 hours, you want something you can just grab and go with and have fun with. So that's a bit tricky. Okay, what the hell is happening here? So this guy falls down and gets like smacked by this thing here. This guy is like you somehow draw it in the air and it sort of appears like a flipper almost, and you maybe, yeah. And then you have yeah, if mouse tracking is what you need first, like if you need to, maybe you could, quite often if you need to place something in the world or whatever, I'm just replying to the chat here, and you could use attach a sphere to the mouse cursor and move it around, then you can have some code to place it or whatever it is you want to do. So that's pretty good, I guess. I'm not sure. I think I'm suffering with analysis paralysis. I'm like, so what is the first thing I implement in this case? I implement so I can roll around with this silly thing here, and make it so I can roll around with that, and then I make it so I can smack it around with the other cat, the long cat. Maybe it's more like golf. Like you need to get to the tuna. That you only need to do one thing. You need to get to the tuna. And there's like different funny things in the world. So you're this cat and this cat, and in this one you can you click and draw, and then it sort of appears like a capsule at that point. you can maybe use that like once a second or something. I don't know. In order to sort of smack it up more and more. I think that sounds pretty fun to just get started with. This totally looks like a kind of this hot dog with mustard. Hot pog. Okay, I think I will do that. I think I have a starting idea. You just get to the can of tuna, and you are using this cat as a ball and this one as a bat, and you get to the tuna. And maybe this guy will come in at some point. Maybe he's the evil cat, or maybe he gives some extra ability or something. Or maybe he's just in the corner telling you stuff. I don't know. Maybe he's just off in the corner with a bubble, saying stupid things. Sounds quite good. Let's start working. That only took me how many hours? 2. I have the worst. I've had game jams where I took 4 hours to come up with anything at all. Yeah, so let's get our stuff. What I need to do stuff. I'm just gonna check something here on Discord. Overview on. Sorry. Oh, there's the back button. Okay, good. So, to do this, we need a 2D library. I will use Raylib. We need some kind of collision. I will try to use Box 2D. And that should be that. And I will probably I have some of my frameworks for like doing hot reloading and stuff. Maybe I will use that to tweak stuff and stuff. Did I just not save my... Looks like I did that. I was like... I think I didn't save my amazing work there. Which one was it? I always pressed no. Whatever. It wasn't important. It was only the only one that I wanted. Right. I'm just gonna post that I... So, in order to do stuff, I will actually also lower my DPI scaling now. I will still have the code at pretty high zoom, but it makes it a bit hard for me sometimes to fit everything on the screen. Like that. So we need some stuff. Yeah, you could rewind your stream and take a screenshot. Yeah, it wasn't important really. I was just Thought it was a funny picture. But thanks. So what I need here is, like I said, I need Raylib and I need some kind of I need physics. So I'm going to try to use my hot reload template that I have and then add box2d to that. I'm not sure how well box2d will fare with the hot reload. That we shall see. That will be very interesting. So I have my template here. This one, a link on, I think it's linked in the description of the stream also. So this thing, all it does is give you the ability to hot reload code, and it uses Raylib and Odin. And it's just all that sort of pre-built. So I will use that. I think I will probably do like this. What's it called? Odin Raylib hot reload give template. Is there anything in here? Let's get pull. No good. Maybe I should. I'll bump up my screen zoom again just for a stream. See if it gets annoying for me. I will pull it back down. Because it's just nice for the stream to have, like, people like watching what I'm doing in. What the hell happened now? So I have it here, the template, but you can use that if you want to. Also, what I will do is I will open Explorer from here, and I will take the template, and I will make a copy of it, and I will call it Catball Mania. Right, and then I will just remove the Git folder and the VS Code folder. Well, I can probably keep the VS Code folder, but I don't use it. That is part of the template. And then we just open that project file. So it looks like this. Let me close all the crap here. So we see here on the side we have. So one thing, you know, if you download this template, then the only folder in the template will be the current folder. I always say that it's nice to have the stuff you're gonna use from Odin, core, base, and Raylib, and also box2d. Why is there a change in core? What's this? Ah, okay. Git checkout master. Git reset. I did a pull request, so actually this thing wasn't. My Odin compiler was a bit outdated, so I will just update it. Hold on. Build release. That's just me. I build my Odin compiler from source, but I was on a funny branch with my compiler, so I just switch branch. I hope it's clean. Yeah. Bam, 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 bam. Go, the compiler is built, and now we have all my funny folders here. So if I run this now, this is the hot reload template. It's just a thing moving around with, this is just sample stuff. We will remove all that. I see that there is some crap in this folder I want to remove. Because I realized I copied my whole folder over. Yeah, there we go. Let's remove that. So this is implemented in the game folder here. The basic hot reloadable code. I will just delete all this because I don't need it. That's just for other people to see. What do I need? I can throw this over here. Where did my chat go, by the way? Hello, chat. So I'll remove these two things like that. I'll remove the strange number printing, I think, like that. What is this complaining about? Right. FMT declared but not used. We're not gonna have build hot reload. I guess this one is doing like a vet and strict style stuff. Remove that. I think I should remove that from the template probably. Ah, that's the main. This is the yeah, I just removed those for now. Go back to the game. Remove that initializer and all that is gone. Okay, so we need our little ball thingy. That's gonna be our cat that we're gonna draw in a bit, but before we do that, we can maybe just draw a circle. Draws. I don't seem to have OLS running. Enable globally. Should be running, but I think it's a bit sad. Let me try to figure out why. Close that. Yeah, there we go. That was just I had a bit of a Monday there. Draw circle V. Draw circle V takes the player position and then a radius. So we do like that. It becomes a circle instead. So this is using my hot reload template. It's just I can work on some stuff while there are limitations to this. What you can do, like if you change struct layouts and make the main game memory bigger, but then it might have to restart. But if you're just tweaking the setup of stuff, then it will work. Excuse me, I used to have to do a thing. I realized this game must be called The Legend of Tuna, which is a it's a name I wanted to use for a long time. Luna asks for future reference. Upcoming game is using boiler code allowed. Yeah, it says in the rules that you can bring your own framework or bring your own libraries or stuff, as long as that thing doesn't implement, you know, the specific gameplay code for your game, then that's fine. I mean, it's not weirder than we allow you to use Raylib. So Raylib is a lot of pre-made code. So I would like it is a bit fuzzy where the line goes, of course, but I would say like if you want to make a game about trains and you already have train gameplay code in your game when you start, then you perhaps have cheated a bit. Yeah, Bachar wasn't trying to be rude. Bachar wanted it to be called, wanted the name of the game to be The Legend of Tuna. Yes, I must just shut this down and rename the folder because we can't have them. Who? Oh, if it was directed at you. Obvious. Rude people in the chat. Obvious. Yeah, no. We're nice here. At least we try to. There's a question, what's the benefit of using procs inside the struct except association to struct itself? And I'm not sure I understand this question from chat. What's the benefit? Like, do you mean putting a proc inside a struct? That's not possible in Odin. Odin, you can't declare, like you can have a struct pointer like in C, but you can't do like hello is a proc that takes a value that is an int and there's a body here. This is not possible. You could have hello is a proc that does this, but then it's not defined in the struct what that thing is. Yeah, there is no it's used if you want to. If you want to, you can do that if you want to make like an interface. I think a good example is if we go to allocator in Odin. So this is the allocator. It's used by whenever you want to allocate memory, this struct is actually used. So it has some data, which is the data for the allocator. Then it has a procedure. And what this procedure does different things depending on which kind of allocator it is, right? And the reason you want to do this in this case is because this sort of defines an interface. You can pass around an allocator, but what that allocator does might be different. So if you want something, like in your gameplay code, if you want like, say that you have, you're making a super duper game engine and you want to have like metal backend and direct 3D backend or whatever, then maybe you could have some interface, which is a struct with some pointers on it, some procedure pointers for going to different 3D rendering APIs and doing stuff. But it's really not like, we can call this an interface, but it's just a struct with a procedure pointer inside. You can do this in C. It's just a struct where you have to fill out some procedure pointers. That's all it is. And the only reason to do that is because you need to at runtime say what you need to at runtime be able to do different things, but be able to pass around an object of the same type. That's the reason you do it. You shouldn't try to do that in order to re-implement sort of methods. Just in Odin, I think you should try to use structs and separate procedures and do stuff with those. And then if you need an interface, then you put procedure parameters inside your thing in order to be able to vary what it does. But I wouldn't try to do that for any other reason. Chaster says, yes, don't oopify Odin. Okay, so we have our ball here. This is actually possible to move around, but it's not obvious that you can because there's nothing else in the world. So let's try to add a little plane underneath it. rl.draw circle v, no, draw rectangle v minus 20, 20, but let's make it 200 wide and it's green apparently. I don't know why I shut down the game there. Oh, I just put it on the right place. So now you see I can move like this. That's all good. So now we want to try to get the box 2D stuff in here, right? So we want to make, first thing we need to do is to make this ball fall down on this plane. That's the first thing we need to do. So import b2 vendor box 2D. So we got that. I will see how well Box2D plays with my hot reload. If it has, it's usually when they keep any kind of global data inside the thing, then you're in trouble. Unless you can do like a dynamic thingy, like you can link it dynamically. But I don't think this Box2D bindings even has that, so we'll see. Right. I'm probably going to remove all this input and all this stuff. Bachor asks if I'm using RAD debugger and if I have a quick workflow to launch and debug your game. You can. So I guess your cumbersome you're talking about is launching it and pressing play on the target inside RAD debugger. That's what you're talking about. It's the cumbersome one. I think you can launch RAD debugger using command line and tell it to please debug this exe, and it just starts debugging it. And since it starts so fast, you can actually do it. Maybe I implemented this like did I? I have implemented exactly this, but there is a command line parameter to RAD debug. You can give it to say start debugging this exe, and it just starts the whole debugger and just poof. So you can bind a button in your code editor to do that. First you build in debug mode, and then you just launch the debugger. But I don't seem. I thought I had it in this game, but maybe there was some other project. I'm not sure. Sorry. But yeah, maybe you can try running reddbg from the command line and see if you can do it like /help or --help or something and find something there. In order to use Box2D, I will look a bit. I won't copy it, but I will look a bit. Like that's the other gist. You know, there was some other different kind of gists I linked in the description of this video. So there was another one related to Box2D, which was this one. So we'll just look at that a bit, how to set it up. So with Box2D, you need to create a world, and you need to set the gravity. Well, this is a definition of the world. So what I'm hoping here is that Box2D doesn't keep any internal state, because then I can hot reload without everything exploding. I do this in init and this in destroy, and then I do the other things also in init. But we'll see. It will be interesting. We're breaking new ground here. So we get a default world definition, and then the gravity. I don't know what a good gravity is really. Should it be -1 here? Like, you know, in real life it's like 9.82 or something. 0.81, depends on where you are. But my units might not be to scale or something. We'll see. We'll tweak that value. We can even say like, by the way, what is this b2.vic2? Is it something? Oh yes, it's a simple, no, open simplex. What the hell was that? Yes, it's a simple thing like this. This means that we can just do normal vector operations on it. Because in Odin you have, you can do array programming, so you can just add to vectors and stuff. Do I have... I will probably do something like this. Vec2 is 2. I used to make my own, but they're interchangeable. But Bachar, can't you keep the old session running or something? And Can't you keep the old VS Code session running? You can stop the game, but just rebuild the same exe and set breakpoints or something. Or do you want to rebuild it without restarting? Like that, and then we create a world. And this world we will set on physics world is world ID, like that. What is it called? It's gonna be a bit of okay, it returns a world ID. Good. So hopefully now this has, I mean, it happens in init, but I can just reset the game. That should work. Let's go back to my little example here and look a bit more. So we need to define a rectangle that is the ground. And one of the main problems here that I'm not sure how to solve is that Box2D uses Y up and Raylib uses Y down. And what is the most the easiest way to do that? Like, because so you need to do this flip, but you need to do it in a good space. You need to do it somewhere good in your code so that it doesn't become a hassle everywhere. Because you see in this code, I'm like minus ground y minus ground dot height, because yeah, Box2D has a Raylib example. Yeah, maybe I should look at that, how they did it. Let's go there and have a look. Because I'm just interested in how they do the coordinate system flip. Oh, I want to pop open some of the other streamers, see if they're doing anything fun. Right. Oh, they both seem to be. So if you're streaming your development of your jam, I will gladly put it on itch and in the announcement channel with on the edit the poster to put it in. So just poke me on Discord if you're streaming. Here we have nobody special doing something. Wow, I closed it. I'm not very good at computers. See here. Yeah, people sometimes ask me if I could do like music on my streams, but I'm just afraid it gets removed. Like you get kind of, even if you try to listen to something royalty free, then suddenly you're in trouble. Or something like that. Okay, what was I doing? Box2D. Yeah, I don't do music because then if people are watching multiple streams or anything, then they can't, like you can't bring your own music, right? You have to listen to my music because you can't put your own stuff on top. Box to the Raylib. Let's just search for that. Okay. I'm not playing any music at all because I don't want to have headphones on, and I don't want them to. If I have it in the speakers, then it comes out. Let's see. So this here is nobody special working on their game. What are they doing? This is some major Vulkan stuff going on here. Amazing. Wish you the best in your Vulkan adventure. Okay, this is the box to the Raylib example. Let's have a look, shall we? It's quite cute to put these streams down here like that. Maybe I can get another one. Where? There's this one also. So I was looking at an example. Scatterbrain. Welcome to my scatterbrain. So they are not in the way of my work. Let's see here. So this is the C example for Box 2D and Raylib. Draw entity. Okay, what is this guy doing? He is blah 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 blah. PS relativistic gravity is achieved by multiplying gravity by the length unit. Oh yeah, realistic, not relativistic. That would be something. Relativistic gravity. Yeah, to me this looks a bit maybe like Erin Katto, who has made this one, also does the flip manually, which sucks a bit, but maybe we can get around it nicely. Create polygon shape, float y, height minus ground extent on y minus 100, blah 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 blah. Okay. Position. Hello, narrate. Yeah, I sometimes listen to music, but I try to not. I usually don't listen to music with lyrics if I listen to music. My game, I'm trying to make a game with. I should just redraw my amazing art. Oh, I had Affinity running. No, I didn't. I'm trying to make a game where you're like this funny cat, and there's like this platforms, and then there's another cat that's a bat that you can spawn by drawing it with your mouse cursor, and I think time slows down then or something, and then you have another platform here where there is a tuna can that you of course need to get to in order to win, and then you have like more and more complicated levels like this, something like that. Now we'll save this one. So the idea here is that this one just rolls, and then you roll, and then you're in the air, you sort of paint this guy out and make it smack it so it flies up somewhere, something like that. Something like that. Anyways, that's what I'm trying. But now, right now, I'm just looking at the box 2D sort of trying to. I've used it before, but I'm just trying to see what the best way to do the coordinate y-axis flip is. Because these people do it on the body definition. That's the sort of thing that defines how big your physics body is, right? Someone on the Discord has LDTK level drawing with Raylib up and running. I'm gonna quickly run and break. La 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 la. I guess I scare everyone whenever I come back to the stream. You start making noise. So, I was trying to look a bit here at the let's just pull this raw code out instead. Thank you. This is some raw C code. I'm just looking at it to see how box 2D solved their coordinate system flip with Raylib. So body definition position, they flipped here. How did I do it in my example that I had? La 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 la. Where is it? This is my example. I did grounded height. Okay, I didn't flip the height. So that's just that's the position. Okay. Well, let's try. Let's just try doing some stuff. So in that case, we have our graph. I mean, this is quite similar to the one I made before. So I can just take this stuff, paste it here, and I can just look at it a bit. So the ground should just be a rectangle. So we have that rectangle already defined. I'm gonna remove the sidebar so we get more space. Ooh, let's make this like this. Near Hello Kebab Skull, it's going quite well. I had a lot of trouble choosing game idea, so I'm just getting started with I have a circle and a plane, but I'm gonna try to add some physics with box 2D, which is just trying to get it running. Nereid asked, what do you think about game engine editors such as Godot? That's fine. I mean, I think you should just use whatever tool that you think is fun to use. I think that's the important part. Because if you have fun, then you're more productive, right? So, yeah. People often try to have like these absolute truths of like, oh, you should use this because, and here's the reasons. But then if you try that and you don't find it fun to use, then all the reasoning that those people had is invalid, right? Because you didn't find it fun, so you will be inefficient in working within that editor. I'm gonna give myself a tiny bit more space. That's why I'm shrinking on the screen. Wow, I have moved my whole screen also. So, no advice anyone ever gives you about what to do, it's relevant unless you, like, maybe they have good points, but if you still find it troublesome to do anything with that tool, like if you don't find it fun, then you will be very inefficient. And that's an underrated thing. That's why I use Odin and Raylib to make a whole game, because I just found it fun. I wasn't able to ship my own indie games before because I didn't find them I always run into too much trouble. Okay, now we're gonna do some focus here on getting this ball and thing moving. Let's make the ball move first, actually. So what that means is that we will add a circle, a dynamic body. That's the circle. So shape the. So I'm not super good at these physics. Well, not super fast at getting these things done. B2.default body def. Okay. So that's sort of like the player body. And player body.type is a dynamic body because it needs to move around. And player body.position is, what is it? It's, well, it doesn't really matter, we could say, because it will, well, this will probably be the thing that controls the position of the thing in the world. So our player won't really have a position inside the struct of the player. There will be the physics body that governs that, I think. Oh, this is the player body def. Player body ID is b2.createBody. So we need a world, that's the world ID, and then player body def. Okay, cool. So that's that one. That creates the physics. So this is for only for the physics. It doesn't know anything about how it's gonna be drawn and stuff. So we can say gmem.player. We can just do like this. Player body ID is, and we will try to move all these things to better places as we go. Because no point in trying to make fancy structure for your code before you know what it's gonna be used for, really. So we do something like that. We go up here and we say player body is a b2.body ID, maybe. Yeah. Recompile. I think this reset the game because the game memory changed in size. That's a thing in my hot reload code. So you have that. What more do we need? Let me move this. This is my, I'm just looking at the old code here now. So I want to each frame step the world. That's the, oh, how big the code base is right now. I just started. It's just this function here that inits the game, and then it draws the game up here, and then there's some, this is just some handover from the template. I will probably remove all this, so this will probably go. Right, I just have that because like the player position shouldn't even exist, for example. We can do that. Let's do that. And body get position B. What's B? What do you need to feed into this one? A body ID. Right, so then we need to do b2.get position gmem.player_body. So that's how we get the position now. So this file is, I mean, 100 lines, but some of it is just boilerplate from the hot reload template, like all this stuff. So this is just, I mean, I haven't written more than 40 lines of code, really. Let's just make a little procedure here called player pos. I mean, this UI camera I can remove because I'm not using it. Player pos is a procedure that returns a vec2, and it just returns b2.body get position gmem.player body. Let me add a thing up here. Text. Wait. Right, so we have our player pos. Oh, code folding, my worst enemy. I never used it in my life. The only time I use code folding is when I accidentally press something and I'm like, oh no, what happened? I should find a setting in Sublime to completely disable it. So now we have a player pos here that goes via the... And all this we can remove because we're not going to have that kind of input. We draw a circle at player pos. We do remove this thing. It updated. I guess this is working correctly now, but we're not simulating the physics stuff yet, right? So our update is not doing anything. So let's try, what's it called? btu.world step world id gmail dot physics. Then it wants a time step. How does that... What does that do? Okay, it's how much to step it and how many sub-steps. Interesting. Let's read this thing. Simulate a world for one time step. This performs collision detection, integration, and constant solution. Blah, blah, blah. Time step. The amount of times the step. This would be a fixed number, typically 1/60. Sub-step count. The number of sub-steps increasing the sub-step count can increase accuracy. Typically 4. So is that... I mean, is that sort of a fix? Is that if it needs to do several steps, it does a maximum of 4? Or does it actually split the 1/60 up into 4 parts and does 4 steps? I would assume the later, actually. I guess this is some kind of optimization, because in my world I would just like, if I need better precision, I would make the time step shorter. Wouldn't do some kind of, but maybe it's like some things you can do once and then do some sub-stepping. Maybe. But let's do 1/60 and then 4. Alright, now this ball will fall. Oh, it crashed, that's good. Let's see why it crashed. Is there anything else I need to do with book? Wait, you have a body and then you have a shape. Wait, is this even used? Yes, it is. Why do you... Shape definition. Default shape definition. Right, so if you try doing this stuff. Right. Let me just try doing that. I have a slight inkling that... Wait. The box 2D doesn't play nice with my hot reload. Crash? Yes, it does. So we might have a problem. We'll solve it, I think. So if I do this, gmail.player body start, it still doesn't fall or anything. Oh no, it's going upwards. Okay, good. So it needed that, I guess. So if I remove this, then it stays still. So it must have a shape attached to the body. I mean, maybe that's because otherwise it has no... Maybe it can't accelerate it and stuff otherwise. With a mass or something. But gravity accelerations is usually, if you ignore air resistance, it doesn't care about mass. But anyways. So it's falling upwards. Very slowly. Right. So positive is downwards. Yeah, like Channel says, I might have to compile box 2D to its own DLL. Yeah. I think you might be right. Because that's what you have to do with Raylib to make it work, so it doesn't. But I was thinking maybe it doesn't do any global state inside because everything seems to be so... Yeah, I was thinking that it wouldn't happen. It's not something I wanted to do. Okay, let's try finding this thing. See if there is a available DLL version that we can just use. So now we're gonna try to fix. As you saw, it sort of crashes. That's the problem. So we're gonna try to fix that. Which version of Box 2D is this even? Oh no, we're going down a rabbit hole. And now someone... So is there... Is there a... Well, let me look inside Box 2 there. Is it possible to know the... Okay, it's... Right, so I need this version. This version. Let's just try. I'm quite optimistic about being able to do these things. file, we have it here. And then we open okay, it's doing something. Blah, 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 blah. Running. Doing a default build first to see what it produces. I'm happy if we have the physics working by the end of my first day. Error. Amazing. Oh, I don't have... Oh, okay, I'm gonna have more trouble, I think, than I thought. Cause I don't have Visual Studio installed. La 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 la, I only have Visual Studio build tools. Oh, what was that failure here? It's just some sample, that's not important. But did this build Box 2D or did it just build random other things? Samples, debug. No, it seems to have to produce the build. Oh, yeah, I'm looking in the wrong folder. Right, there's your lib file. Okay, can we make this guy? Ah. Let's see, how can we make it output a DLL instead? Maybe. Well, cmake dot dot. Right. So you go cd build. Oh, I'm already in build. Cmake dot dot. Does all that funny stuff. Yeah. Okay, so it's in some. I don't really know cmake. I don't do these things. This is me anytime I am exposed to a build system. I'm like, oh. It's there's an export on those because I use hot reloading. So they are actually read by the game, and that's sort of the problem right now, that I need Box 2D to be compiled as a DLL instead of and I know people will scold me, like, you should just use try to do like, instead of hot reload, you can use like serialize the old game state and reboot the game quickly instead. Maybe that's true, but that's not what we're doing right now. So can you just... Oh. How do I tell CMake. I want you to generate stuff for a DLL instead. Is that a setting in the CMake settings, or is it something you tell it to do? This one is like CMake build dot. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I want to I want it to be a DLL instead. Build shared libs, that sounds good. How do I make that happen? Yeah, I don't really use any. I mean, I haven't used a build system for. I never have a job where we need a build system, because either everything is built as a unit, like as a single build file, or we have our own build system that's specialized, or like in Odin we don't use build system. Yeah, you usually don't use CMake with Odin because it is not necessary, so it just makes it more complicated. Anyways, so stuff like this. Okay, let me pull this whole thing into a new window. You get to see all the troubles one can get into while trying to do stuff. Box. So maybe all I need to do is do this define. Wait, I'm not gonna do the samples, but I'm gonna do build shared libs. Okay, so we go back here. CMake build dash build dot / d true. Oops. No. Why not? Is it wrong? CMake, I guess -b is same as -build. That's -build. Like that. Oh, sorry. But wait. Puffs. Okay, I thought that was. I would thought usually with these things. Usually these things like --build. If you the short term way to write it would be -b. That's how it is in many things, but not in this thing. Okay, build. I see. Okay. Right. I guess it should be on. Okay. Now I need to figure out how to send this thing in. because it's not, this doesn't work. Like, so okay, maybe it's like this. Maybe I'm being stupid here. Like maybe I should do like this. Dot CMake dot dot, like that. Now it generates the shared the version with shared libs. I wait a bit. And now I do this part. Maybe. And then that sample will fail, but that's fine. Maybe I need Visual Studio to start this box 2D solution, but it looked like it built shit. Yeah, that one is just changed now. So I can't use a precompiled deal because it doesn't exist. Not from, well, maybe there is one. Maybe I'm being stupid about this. Thank you. Like the Odin doesn't come with one. This is just like source code here. And yeah. Doesn't seem to exist. Results are in bin subfolder. I know. How did CMake even work? Did I have CMake? Apparently I had CMake. Didn't know I had CMake. Yeah, so here's my DLL. Okay, it did work, I think. There's my DLL and the lib is somewhere else. Okay, so the DLL is here and the lib is somewhere else. That's quite normal actually. Let's not have a debug version, shall we? How do we make it not a debug version? I don't have Visual Studio, so I can't do that step where I probably could select some setting, maybe. But we're getting there. Almost done. How do I? Because I'm just gonna check a thing here also. Like this DLL is 800 something. This lib file is tiny, so that usually means that all the code got put in DLL and the lib is just some glue stuff to load the DLL and whatnot. Yeah, maybe like Channel says, try if it works first. Okay, let's do that. Let's not get too carried away. Ugh, how do I? Wait. Let's do the classic. We go into vendor and we take box 2D and we go into the Legend of Tuna. We make our own copy of it so that we can make changes without worrying. And then we go inside here and we just put this lib here, and I will change the thingamabob soon. Maybe it needs both these. No, can't need glf3. So there we go. Close the box 2D stuff for now. Is this my project? Yes. So instead of going to vendor, so this is how easy it is to, now I have my own version of box 2D. So we go into, then we need to remove it from the sidebar here because it's inside my box 2D. Yeah, it's supposed to be the same version because it's well, it's at least the same version as in. Oh, right. That's this like this. Yeah, mod not found. Wait, is that? Doesn't sound like the usual missing DLL error, does it? But I know I need to copy also the DLL out of here, but just a bit. Confusing, as we say. Ah, now it worked. Okay. Let's see if hot reload works now. So now this goes via DLL. Well, it didn't crash. Can we change the color of the blue? Ta-da! Now we return to our normal programming into the ways. Oh well, that was quite something. It's not that bad. So sometimes I think we've experienced this kind of. I mean, I hate being exposed to having to use CMake for anything. So whenever I'm like, oh, I just want to give up and stop using box 2D, but usually if you use the correct version and do some stuff and then just make a DLL version instead and it works. But yeah, I should probably look into also what I talked about before, this version of hot reload where you reload you serialize all the state and just restart the program, because then you don't have to care about these kind of things. You can use static libs, that's fine. I will now eat my cookies I got. Jerry baked cookies. Not bad. Mm-hmm. It's like Christmas cookies. It's like saffron in them. Amazing. They're crunchy on the edge and soft on the inside. So I'm gonna show you the design document now. Wait. That's the design document. So I just happen to have this Pusheen and this long cat bought at random store in Singapore. Maybe you can be there, be my emotional support. We're out of picture. Well, I guess I don't have much picture to work with, actually. Stay. Yeah. Where's the other one? Oh, it's too far up. Button up my bookshelf for this shit. Here we go. Amazing. We did it. Almost like I need to... Right, those guys will be there hanging out in the background. People are like, stop playing with stuffed animals, start programming. I refuse. Oh, that's amazing. Good. So we have that working. Now we... this is not going very fast. I don't usually doing game jams on stream. It's very cozy, but very slow. But it's not your fault. It's my fault for streaming. But please don't leave. We will do some fun stuff now. Now we will, so at the beginning here there is this ground and we wanted to hit that instead. And I have my little example blah here. So I did something similar there where I have like a ground body def. So we have this thing here and this thing also has a box shape associated with it. So we will do that. I will just steal that code and adapt it. So we have a ground body def and ground. We need like a... Let's make a little global variable here for now called ground, and that's a rl dot... we do rect is an rl.rectangle. And now we need to... Oh, what's happening up here? Very interesting. Show me your game. There's some amazing... I just sometimes, every now and then, just pull one of these down and look a bit at it. Because something interesting was happening. So those streamers are in the announcement channel doing stuff. I'm just reading a chat here on the question. One cookie. Now just copy these values here. I'm going to draw rectangle rec. Type ground here instead. Constant rectangle. And then we'll do like this. Ground. All right. So now that is rendered like that. Now we just need to question is, so we might start running into the funny problems with direction of what's going on here? Why doesn't it care about the sign of my gravity? Oh, now it goes up. Oh, maybe it did. Wait a minute. World definition dot gravity equals gravity. Okay. The coordinate system of box 2D is up is positive y. So this is then a negative. Question is if we should strange how it moves a bit. Why is it? It's funny, I did this on a stream before where I tried box 2D like an hour and I got more done. But oh, I think I know. The camera is... Wait a minute. Get position. So when you then draw the player, right, now it's falling upwards and then it hit the floor because the floor is being drawn in the wrong place. So we're gonna have to figure out these. These are the coordinate system flips. We're gonna have to figure this out, but we're gonna do it somehow. We're gonna make it nice somehow. So who's in charge? Should we... treat everything to be in box 2D coordinate system and then just flip Raylib before we draw. I think that's the easiest thing, because otherwise when we fetch like positions from the physics system, we will have to like mess with them. So that's my idea of that. How did I Okay, so if I then also why do I have a Wacom in front of me? Put it away. So if we then have this rect flip thing, so we can just say rect flip ground. Is that what we want? We just want a proc to sort of... Okay, the camera is... I think we might want something more than just a flip sometimes, because sometimes I think you need to take the size into consideration, but let's worry about that later. We could even be like play a draw pos or something here, but so now it's tracking the ball correctly. What does the C example for this thing do? Create polygon shape. How's it? Is anyone else? How's everyone else's games going? Is anyone else jamming in the chat? My game is, as you can see, going a bit slow because of maths. Great job, Ian. Good work setting up your engine, Sugrado. Meh. I guess I could just move the origin of it. Let's see here, bodies, blah blah blah. How did I do this? Create box. What did I do here? Use makes a box. That's 20 by 20. Doesn't seem too bad. Oh well. Let's try that. Let's go up to our drawing. Draw a rectangle. Pro. So we say which rectangle. And then we say where is the origin. Can we just do like this, ground dot y, height I mean, and then no rotation and the color. Why is this falling so slowly, and why is it minus gravity? Wait. Raylib is positive y down. This one is positive y up. So this should be correct for this should make it fall down, right? Or am I silly? Remove this, what happens then? Then it falls down. I think it maybe spawns inside the ground and is slowly pushed out or something. We're getting there. Soon we'll have clarity on what's going on. Rect flip. So maybe this thing goes negative. So maybe this is what is happening. Does this stop now just at the top? Yes, okay. This is probably the world we're looking at. This is the real world. So we just need to move the ground down a bit. Now, I'm so used to Raylib's coordinate system, so this is gonna be... I mean, this is what I was used to before, that less... Okay, it's still getting pushed. Minus 20. Okay. Wait, should this even have this? Shouldn't this be like ground.y like that? Because I assume... Wait. I assume that shouldn't be like that. To me, these kind of coordinate system flips is more of a headache than one could think. But we'll get there. So Grado says, I dislike how Raylib flips the result vertically when rendering a render texture. Yeah, I think that's some... I think there's like a reason for that, like some GL thing, but it feels like it should be able to do it for you. If now... yeah, it's a bit weird, I agree.
Okay. Let's try to draw. Let's stop with guessing and start knowing. So we have Raylib like this. Origin is here. Then we have box 2D, which has an origin sort of down here if you just think in screen coordinates. If you just think of a fixed screen right now. You have a ball here. So if this is 0 here, and this is 0, then this ball here is in Raylib, it would be at 0 minus 10, right? Because it's minus 10, yes, because it's a bit above, like the origin is sort of here. So I was it's a bit funny how I said it here, but let's say the origin is in the middle of the screen because our camera has our camera is focusing on the middle. And then for box 2D, it should just be a flip for a circle. So for a circle, this should just go away, right? Okay. Now, for a box that has an extent, like a circle is in the middle. So in Raylib, a box has its origin up here. So this one will be at like minus, I don't have a fixed, say that this is minus 5 and this is minus 5. Well, let's say the scale is roughly that big. Then this is at minus 10 in Raylib, minus 5 maybe, because it's above. But then in box 2D it's minus 10, but it's not, is it really is it just plus 5? I don't, because doesn't it need to sort of measure from here? So if this is like too thick, this box is like too thick, then this is actually 5 plus 5 minus 2, maybe. Let's look at what box 2D says. Box 2D rectangle coordinate system. I guess it's a problem that I don't really know box 2D. But then I'm a bit confused because This is the one I looked at before. Boxes were created centered on the bodies, but Raylib draws textures to top left corner. Right. Huh. Am I just a bit stupid? Is there a simpler way to do this, maybe? Because you can't just flip a whole Raylib, because that's gonna flip your textures and stuff. Okay, so this thing draws an entity is what they call it. And that one has a body ID. Draw texture EX, so it gets the position. Right, and this is an offset, I guess. Let's look at what get world point does. Get world point. Local point. Okay, interesting. Maybe what I need to do is draw this differently. Wait. Because okay, where is my player right now? My player is spawned at what position? Well, it's spawned at 0, 0. Okay. So then it's and how big is the circle? Radius 40. That's a bit big actually. Let's see. Well, I'm so stupid. I just copy pasted this, and this radius does not have anything to do with the radius I'm using in the game, right? Yeah. Anyways. Because you see here, it's not even the same. That's the size of the player right now. I want it to be like 10. Why didn't I check these things? Okay, now it sits still. And I would guess that, so that's one mystery. This thing, this ground rectangle, is at position -20. And then, so it's actually sitting here now, but it's drawn in the wrong place, I think. So if we were to move it down a bit further and restart the game, then that falls onto it. But, yeah. Nered asked, what do you do for a day job? I do, I do independent things. I released a indie game on Steam called Cat and Onion. That didn't support me fully, but I burned through some savings. But recently I also I released my Odin book. That one's been selling pretty well, so that one will actually be able to support me for a while, so I can maybe make a game or something now again. because I was almost out of money just when I released the book. I was like literally like 1 month from being broke. I just had to finish the book, so I crunched. It's much harder to crunch a book than crunch a game, because you can't write when your brain is fried, but you can sometimes program a bit when your brain is fried. So that was fun. Okay, so now the only thing is, yeah, the book is linked in the description. If anyone wants to read the book, it's the channel says I should promote the. You go to odinbook.com, and there it is. I last stream I had a little label on the screen. This was quite fun to write. I like writing. It's not like trying to be the most deep like knowledge book ever. You know, like it doesn't try to go into exactly how all the technical details work. Rather, it tries to take you on a nice little journey and try to teach things. I try to write much more like informal sort of, and make sure that people understand the thing that's going on, rather than look at every tiny detail. Like for example, I think it's more important to first you talk about types and procedures and whatever, and then you talk about pointers, and then you can talk a bit about what manual memory management is, but you sort of build up that as a narrative a bit going, and you try to reinforce everything, and you try to I really like, before I put any images into the book, I try to make the text be as good as I can, because I think sometimes people put illustrations in books because they don't they feel that the text is not good enough, so they try to put in an illustration. But wow, what's going on here? Amazing. This is, who is this? This is I think this is Dalin TG, I think. Yeah, I think so. Who is making some kind of push things around game. Looks amazing. Good FPS, 3000 FPS, that's what I want to see. Anyways. Now I only need a 3K hertz monitor. Yeah. My computer is making a bit of noise. This has a target. I usually set a target FPS of 500, which is a very high frame rate, but if your game is running at 3000 frames per second, then 500 is a good. It's just annoying, you know, to have your GPU go to render like a ball. It's not necessary. Consuming 800 watts of power to display a ball at 90,000 hertz. Okay, let's fix this. I would like this all to be like that, because then my gameplay code can talk in that coordinate system. Ah, there we go. I think that's it. Now it's insanely slow. I think times 10 there. More gravity. Bam. I like the little wobble at the end. Boom. Boom. I don't know if it overshoots a bit or if it's what's wrong with it, but yeah, it's Nereid is asking, is this accounting for delta time? Currently a sort of fixed time step. Let's think a bit about what that means. Where's my update block? Or lost. So it says 1/60 here. Time step. So I think what's this cool debug draw? I can debug draw the physics. I think that what you could do is accumulate time, like you do, but let's do that later. For now, I will do that. I will first do some gameplay and then I will fix the time step, I think. Okay, what does this thing do? World draw, debug draw. We get lots of callbacks. Cool. Raylib can draw a capsule. I would like my player to be a capsule, I think, instead. Let's draw. Let's maybe draw a capsule shaped player. Or let's first add in some more walls here and just be able to smack this a bit, maybe. So it flies around. Okay, we're gonna formalize this a bit with this drawing of things and boxes and whatnot. So we're gonna add a concept of a wall, I think. Can type. And this one has a how do I do that now again? Ground box. So this is just a body with a position. Okay. And I should, the reason I throw this away is just because I haven't really, I need to handle that later, destroying these later and stuff. But we just do body is a, yeah, put the Wacom away again. Now maybe we can finally get some stuff done. Body is a B to the body ID. And it also has a shape. It's a B to the shape ID. And then we say make wall is a procedure where we say, what do you call, just a rectangle. So then we take this stuff, put it in here. And then we say r.x, r.y, like that. Physics world, make box, r.width, r.height, depth. And then we say, so we say like this. We make a new wall. Put the body in there. Wall.body, put it in there, and then we say wall.shape. It's this thing. It's called W. And then we can just say in game memory, we can say walls. It's a dynamic array of wall. Then we do append gmem.walls w. What are you complaining about over here? Oops, I sorted the whole file by. It's my favorite. We press F9 in Sublime and it sorts the file alphabetically. Very useful. Well, it's useful is sometimes when you select something, like you select these imports, sort them by name. But it's not very useful. It seems like there's a bug in OLS or something. This thing... Okay, I don't know what is going on about. Oh yeah, there's a colon equals. That's why. So now I added that to my walls. Now I just need to call make wall here. And say ground. Restart, and there you have your wall. And then I can be like make wall. Or we can say 40 40. I did a conversion there in my hand. 10, 200, maybe like that. Restart. And then we need to loop over all the walls to draw them. For W in gmem.walls. Take all the walls. Akku is making a German person trait simulator. It sounds very interesting. No, yeah, anything is fine. Doesn't have to be a super gamey game, you know. I was thinking initially of making like doing Sokol and doing like a nice terrain editor, just cozy sort of painting. But then I was like, let's try to do something that's out of my comfort zone, because doing like tool stuff where I manipulate height map, I think I can do, but doing this, putting in a physics thingy with Raylib is, this coordinate flip stuff kind of got a bit to me, but it's doing fine now. Anyways. Your thing sounds interesting. Oh, you're doing a Flulaberg, the Flulaberg simulator. Right. So we need to do like b2.get bold. I mean, I could just save the rectangle. Get. Hello, Roy. Thank you. It's not much yet. It's just a ball on a thing, but as physics, look, it falls. What's it called? B2 dot. Wait, is it a body get position? Like if I have a when I make the wall, then it is a body with a polygon shape. Okay, maybe it's. I'm just gonna do this. Rect. Whatever. There you go. There's the other wall up there. It's very high up. How do I... wait. I made it thicker. That was smart. So this is now at 0, 0. And it goes upwards. Right, so it needs to be at like minus 200. Right, now it's like that. Maybe at minus 100 and we move it away a bit. I just want to have some little wall over here that I can... And I make a little editor for this maybe later. Can I stop changing the wrong number? There we go. Right, let's add a force to our ball now. Or something. Wow, nobody special here. Is drawing. They finally managed to draw a quad using Vulkan. They're saying on the chat that after all these hours, I'm finally drawing to the screen. Thanks, Vulkan. But it's a Vulkan quad flap. If for those who don't know, there's a meme in the sort of graphics programming world that Vulkan always takes 1,000 lines of code to draw a single triangle. And if you've never done it before, it can take like a week to get done if you're putting it in and trying to figure out everything. It took me I think it took me several days and 1,000 lines of code because I was trying to understand it also. I didn't just copy paste it in to draw a triangle in Vulkan. It's quite something. Well done, anyhow. You have a nice red triangle there. And a quad. Right. Oh yeah, I was gonna put in my shameless ad for my book on the screen, I think. Where's my color source there? And then More shit on the screen. I know you like more stuff on the screen. I'm actually gonna make everything a bit smaller. So hard watching me in real time trying to navigate OBS and selecting the wrong thing. Yay, I managed it. Akko asks if they know if Bill will attend. Bill hasn't registered. I'm guessing Bill is busy with being Christmassy. I don't blame anyone for not joining because it's Christmas in many places. I will probably do more jams. Like maybe I would like to do a. This is sort of a what to call it, like a test jam almost, you know, because it's short thing. So I'll probably do a longer, maybe do at some point a longer jam, you know. Many jams. I think game jams that are in like on location, you have a place and you jamming together. Those are quite good to do 48 hours. I think maybe online, since different time zones and stuff, maybe sometimes better to do 48, or like some people do a week, so people can just join whenever they feel like. Yes, near aid. Ground here is just a rectangle. I mean, it was just I will just replace it at some point. It was just that defines this one here. Right, now let's add, okay, first I'm gonna do like a little git thing here. Git init. Looks good. I think I need to add a git ignore for everything in box2d / is that how you do it? Allow everything in box2d? Maybe. Well, it didn't include a DLL. Is it maybe like this? ****. Yes, there we go. So if you have a subfolder in your Git repository that you want, in that one you want, like, you don't want any of these rules to apply, then you put this exclamation, that means allow, and then everything recursively. First commit of fantastic things. Oh, there's no remote yet. It's nice to have something. Okay, I'm gonna add a little thing on the screen while I render. That's at the mouse cursor, so I know how far, like where the mouse, well, what is it I actually want to do? I want to somehow add a force to the ball. Let's just do this. Let's go in update here. And we say player pos. That. And that's the world pos of the player. And then we say mouse pos is get mouse. Oh, we will make a procedure for this. So this is all the annoying coordinate system flip stuff. Because this one will be like return vec2 flip rl.get. Like am I? How you see that OLS just failed. It's for a bit. So we do that. And then we say if rl.is mouse button pressed. So we can copy this stuff in here. And then we can compare these two guys. So this, so I want to click on the screen and just give this a force based on how far away I am from it. That's what I'm gonna do. From the mouse pos to the PPD mouse pos, right? Left. And then I can do this fmt to print ln dist. And then I have a little console somewhere. Well, that's totally wrong. Well, this is not in. Oh yeah. I need to rl.get screen to world 2D. No, let's do it like this. Get world mouse pos. We'll do a. Yeah, this is gonna be messy, this game jam, with my coordinate system flips and stuff. But you're all here to see it when I blubber around and try to make sense of it all. Screen to world 2D. And then you need a camera right here. So there's a game camera. Bloop. Now, should this be flipped? Does it matter when it's flipped? I'm not sure. We will notice. Okay. Well, seems completely wrong in the Y direction. Right. Maybe I need to flip it. Oh, this is correct now. Good. I think in screen, so there's two different things here, right? Like in world space, I just need to flip the Y coordinate, I think. But in screen space, if I do a screen space flip, then I need to do the screen height minus the thing. Because that's like a rectangle where you offset where it is inside. I think that's how you should do it. We'll see. We shall see. Right, so now I have that. So now I can maybe add a b2.add. How do I like apply force. Or is it an impulse we want? Applies linear impulse. Let's read about it. Apply an absolute impulse at point. This immediately modifies the velocity. It also modifies the angular velocity. If the point of application is not at the center of mass, this optionally wakes the body. The impulse is ignored if the body is not awake. Okay. Apply force. Apply a force at the work point. If the force is not applied... force, and the impulse is Newton per second. Newton seconds. Newton seconds. Or kilograms per meter per second. No, kilogram meter per second. Yeah, so impulses are sort of instant forces in a sense. So, and because what's the unit of Newton? I mean, I studied physics many years ago, so I should know this, but let's look. I like keeping that's the best way to get things like slightly nicer than like make it work slightly nicer out of the box. Make sure your units are correct. Yeah, it's kilogram times meter. So it's essentially a mass times an acceleration. That's the unit sort of. So it's the amount. Okay, the force that accelerates a mass of 1 kilogram 1 meter per second squared. Right. So if that's why you get the acceleration by dividing the force by the mass usually. Yes. Yes. So if you're doing something over time, you should usually apply a force. I actually have a bachelor's degree in physics, but but it's more in astrophysics, so I know things about stars. I just had to check the units again. But it was a while ago, many years ago. But at least I feel like I think about these things rather than just guessing. But let's just add a linear impulse. To who? To gmem.player.body, and it should be the impulse should be. Let's just take this, and then we say that so this is the distance from the thing, and we say the point should be at the player position, and wake it up. Was it maybe like that instead? Right. Maybe this is really tiny or something. Yeah. If I put can move it by clicking. What's the weight of the player body? I mean the mass, weight in, this is a good thing to learn when you do get told when you start, because people in everyday speak, people mix up weight and mass, right? But the mass is a constant and the weight is different depending on where you are. That's why you're weightless in space, but you're not massless. But people tend to, even oneself says weight when one is looking for mass. Is it on here you put it? No? Position by gray body. Shape depth. So I guess it's maybe on this shape definition. Give it a little... this is again, it has a density. So this has a density of 1000. What's the unit? Kilograms per meter squared. Right. So this one weighs 1 ton if it is like takes 1 square meter of space. Just lower that density a bit. Then it should get more affected by me clicking on it. Yeah, I shouldn't have told anyone that I have a bachelor's degree in physics, because now people be like, wow, then it should be really easy. But it's actually only easy when you work it out very, very slowly. And you work it out very slowly and make sure that every unit everywhere is correct. If you don't do that, nothing is going to be correct anyways, even no matter your degree, because you're just bumbling around in the dark. Oh, to center, that's a nice little... I would like to make this fly away very far. It is moving a bit now. So this one has a radius. Does this mean that it's supposed to be like... Is this like 10 meters? So this actually weighs... Yeah, Ginger Bill also... Ginger Bill is I think he's a PhD, I think, in some theoretical physics or something. So I quit. I mean, I just did a bachelor, and then in astronomy, because I like space things. And then I was thinking of doing my master's, but then I quit and started working in games again, because I used to work in games, and then I stopped. And then I because I was a bit burnt out, so I stopped working in games for a while. So I started a bachelor in astronomy. The area of a circle is pi r squared. Yeah, so that's what I wrote. So this is almost like 100. It's very heavy, this thing. Boom. Oh, there we go. So when you studied, it was extremely heavy. I want to figure out my units a bit, I think. Why is it? Feels like I'm off by a few pixels. Renta Tent 85 says your simulation is massive. You should scale up for render. Yeah, I guess so. I should actually try to... It's good to try to keep things physically sort of correct. Like, what's this supposed to be? How big is this supposed to be in real life? And then then like you say, I have a scale somehow. Maybe that's the best way to do it. Because I think it's a common problem with physics engines when people are like, they think they've set everything up correctly, but they're actually like simulating, like they have to have a cat, but the cat is actually like 1 meter in diameter. Or it's a 1 meter radius cat, and it weighs like 1,000 kg, and they've just upped the impulses of the physics engine like crazy. Vox 2D recommend a certain size. Yeah, I should read up a bit. Now I wonder what this thing here hits like that, but if I restart it, then it seems to be double thickness almost. Is it? It's supposed to be 10 thick. Yeah, first assume a spherical cow. That's 1 meter. Why is my... Oh no. Gonna change this a bit. It is literally double the width, it looks like. And this is also double the width. Is there some kind of half size shenanigans, maybe? Where is my make wall? Make box. I'm gonna bet money that this one is... Wait. If I go over this thing... And I land, but do I fall off it here? Okay. So I guess HX, yeah, that means half. So I should do this. Then I think then everything is off now by
then this needs to be minus r dot width divided by 2 minus r dot height divided by 2. Otherwise, wait, no. Plus maybe now. Yay! Whee! Donk. And now it falls off correctly here. And it falls off correctly here. So that's all good. Got that. So it's, yeah, for some reason they use half widths. But we just make sure to put things through procedures like this to make our stuff, and hopefully things will be fine. Now let's think about our scale, like rent a tent with the amazing name said here. It's a bit annoying when your radius there's a bit of a battle here between, you know, like having a radius that's how to say, thinking in units of pixels on the screen like I usually do, like, oh, it's just radius 10 means that it's 10 pixels on the screen, because I'm sort of like used to sort of pixel art things, right? But I can't really do that because now this has a radius of 10 meters, right? I guess we could look at this. And in Inbox 2D, are you supposed to always work in, like, I guess everything is built in SI units. Yes, so you can't just change the units. You have to work with it like that. Oh, you can set meter, okay. Box 2D bases all length units on meters, but you may need different units for your game. You can set this value to use different units. This should be done at application startup and only modified one. Default value is 1. Warning. Yes. All right. So then I should try to think of, if this is my funny spherical cat here, how big is this? Well, we can measure the cat. Wait a minute. There it is. What's the wait, that doesn't make it. I want to know how big it is in the game. So I essentially want 10 pixels radius to be this. Okay, now, yeah, we're gonna do a little convert. I'm gonna get the ruler for the everybody from Sweden and maybe Finland, and like getting my Biltema measure stick out. Okay, here we go. This is 13 centimeters. Right. Biltema. Nice store. It's a hardware store that sells just about anything. You can buy a lawnmower. You can buy a new bike. You can buy
things for your car. You can buy paint, you can buy tools, and can buy sausage for 5 crowns. And I guess, yes, it's in Denmark too. I think it, maybe they don't have it in Finland, because in Finland also has the other one that's also in Sweden. What's it called? K-rauta. K-rauta. It's like a Biltema like, but it's maybe slightly more home things, like home renovation maybe. Anyways, that was 13 centimeters. So what was my idea here? That, okay, so this is 10 meters. So I must make 10 meters into 13 centimeters. So that's set length units per meter. So then 1 meter is actually, is it supposed to be bigger or smaller? Either I'm supposed to divide 110 by 0.0. Either it's supposed to be 76 or 1 over 76 or 77. Thank you, by the way, Rent a Tent, for I'm a very much a box 2D noob. I know Raylib like the back of my hand, but should it be 10 times 0.13? That sounds a bit small. I want to I will see. 10 divided by, so if I do B2, let's set length per meter to 77. Start. Yeah, so now this is a bit harder to push. And then I can increase the density of this thing, because I don't use Ubuntu because I don't use I have used Linux a lot, and Mac OS and Windows, and I just think there's no really, all of them have their own flaws. The nice thing about Windows is that the debugging tools for debugging code are better than on Linux. Maybe when RAD the debugger supports Linux, maybe that will change. What's the density of water? I don't remember. Give me a table. Okay, around 1000. So that's roughly what it was there before. So now this is mostly immovable again. So to give this thing an impulse that so what's the I can ask Tell me the mass of this thing. So this is me trying to be sure of my physics. Get mass of the player body. Oh, so many windows. Close that, close that. It has a mass of 300,000 kg. Hello, Farin. I'm writing in Odin programming language. This is part of the Odin holiday jam. So there's a link in the description. You can join if you want. There's until Sunday. You make a game using the Odin programming language. And there's a link in the description with information on how to do things, like how to set up stuff. No, there's no built-in support for object-oriented programming in Odin, really. Oh no, something is happening here. So if I now click around here a bit, so that still gives it the same weight though, or the same mass. That's a bit I mean, it makes sense. The density is the same. And the radius is the same. So you get the same mass. Well, it's one alternative to C. It's not as many alternatives to C. Yeah, so it's sort of similar to C, but more modern and stuff. I have lots of videos on it, how to make a little game and stuff. But right now we're doing the game jam. So there's a bunch of people creating games. Akko is asking, can I index a set with set n? I don't know. Wait, but why would you want? Don't you want to? You want to index it with? Oh, okay. But you mean you want to use the enums there? On the n. The funny thing is you can loop over it. You can do like 4 value in bits in some bit set. And you can loop over the stuff. But I haven't actually tried indexing it like that because what I've done before is something like for v in, how is it now again? By rent attempt for v in some bit set. Wait. Yeah, then you get a one value for each one that's set. Yes, you can get memory leaks in Odin if you don't handle your... It has manual memory management. Yes. So you do everything yourself. But there's lots of nice tools built into the language, like tracking allocators to make sure to tell you if your game leaked memory, so you can fix it. I mean, you have one here because I haven't freed my... Every time I reset the game, it says something here. That's easy to fix because I have a tracking allocator. So it says on line 133, it appended to gmm.walls, but I'm not freeing that, so I just do like that. Yeah, there is this thing you say, like Aku, that you have. You need the parentheses when you want to check if it's in the set. Otherwise it becomes a loop thingy. And that's a little... You have to help the compiler a bit there. There we go, now it's no longer leaking. Chat is asking, what's your opinion on C++? I don't. It's powerful and useful, but it's a bit much. Like it's very complicated language and lots of things that I don't use, so it just becomes a bit noisy and it's hard to get things done, sort of. Not that I'm getting a lot done here, but that's just because I'm fighting with understanding physics. So, anyways, this thing here didn't help at all. Because that just sets the length, scales the lengths. But that should have scaled the radius, I thought. Like, if I did like 0.1 here, and then restart, then this should have been small. The mass of this should have been smaller, I thought, because the radius was kind of scaled somehow. But apparently I don't understand things. So we will... We will try to... Maybe I'll just... Yeah, I can use meters, but then this radius here is wrong. I need to scale up everything for rendering, which is... Maybe that's not so bad. But doesn't it become like a... Okay, so I could do like this. Like... Because that's what I want, right? And then... Wow, what happened to you? Yeah, now the radius is wrong. So now this is 53 kg, which is still... a lot. It's a... Sounds wrong. 13 centimeters sphere. 30 kg for a 10 centimeter sphere of... What's the unit of this? Kilograms per meter squared. Aha, this is a 2D thingy. So now it's 3 kg. Yeah, that's correct. That's the correct. I'm thinking if it's water, roughly. It's supposed to be a living being, but living beings are roughly the same density as water. Because in 2D, I think the densities are different. Because you have one less dimension. Because it's not kilograms per meter cubed. It's kilogram per meter squared. So that sounds better now. That sounds like a good value. 5 kg. Yep, that sounds good. So this is 5 kg now, but the radius... The radius is absolutely tiny now. So how do people scale their density to make everything super light? Because this thing didn't really help. Maybe I'll Google something here. Yeah, I think I need to... I just pretend that my units are different. So Box 3D works best in... But when your things, like your moving things, are between 0.1 and 10 meters. So let's just say the player is 1 meter. But then I still have trouble with... God damn it. Now this is probably very heavy. We lower the density of it. Restart, and it's like that. Bleh, I see. Right, so then that becomes... The world is 10 times bigger. Is this... Is this how people do it? Do they just mess up everything in their whole game? Pride asks where my game is on Steam. This game. But yeah, anyways, so what I was getting at here was like, if your moving objects must be between 1 and 10, 0.1 and 10 meters. Like if that's the radius you need to use with that's the radius you need to use with it. Doesn't that mean that you need to scale everything on rendering or something? This sounds absolutely terrible. Or am I like, because if I want this thing to be like, maybe I don't want to avoid getting up all the way to 10 meters. So I don't want this thing to be 10 meters. I want it to be like 1 meter. Okay, that's my player size, is 1 meter radius. Oh, but if I want it to be 10 pixels on the screen, do I have to go? Then that means that all my boxes and stuff must be 10 meters. Like they must be scaled by 10 because they must be much thinner. So everything uses the same scale and then it's scaled up in rendering. Oh, it sounds terrible. Okay, let's remove that world scale there. Let's try to I'm gonna get another drink. Bob, 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 bob. La 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 la. All right. Almost starting to regret doing this. I mean, I was starting to regret doing this, trying to do this with good, like having a good mass here. So now this is a good mass. But if I want to keep that at a radius of 1, then I have to have a weird density. And since the radius is 1, then I need to have a... Then I need to have like a weird scaling on everything. I don't really understand how people make anything when it's like this. This is me trying to use libraries to do stuff. La 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 la. Oh well. Learned something at the end, I think. Oh well. I guess I'm doing... Let's try to scale things up. I don't like all this stuff. But... So if this is 1, then it's like that. So this is how tiny it is. Now this is correct. That's how tiny it is. That's 1 pixel. So then I need to... make these guys smaller as well. Then they're currently like 10 meters big. So just cut all this out. Bam. Get that. Go to the ground. Minus, 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 minus. Whoops. Like that. So you see now we're back to where we were. It's a tiny world. And now I could zoom this up with my camera, I guess. Well, I guess that actually works fine. I'm so stupid. Complaining a lot. And it's actually fine. It just... The zoom... Yeah, that's fine. Although it's sliding a bit. Is that because it's so light? Or is it some friction? More friction. Okay, 10. Or is it rolling maybe? Maybe it did. Is there like a... Turn value is sensor density filter. Okay, so friction probably shouldn't be that high because it's usually a normalized value. Restitution. So this will make it bounce, right? Whee! Dun, dun, dun. So I think maybe is the gravity a bit high now? No, maybe it was fine. Visual style I'm aiming for. It's gonna be cute and nice. I'll get to some of that soon. I just got a bit stuck in silly technical things. Let's maybe draw something now. I don't like that it's sliding. Is it rolling or... Oh, let's print the... Here. Let's do this. R equals b2.getRotation player body. And we print R. You see, so it's rolling. That's what happened here. That's why it's... Which makes sense. I mean, it bounced into a thing and started rolling. So it's not that it's sliding. It's just... It's a sphere. It's rolling around. So maybe... I guess this ground shape depth dot friction should be a bit higher. Maybe that helps. The bounciness density is sensor hit event. Nice to do something that's at least Googleable. Maybe I need to fake it or something. Not sure, but let's draw something. Let's draw a silly little placeholder cat. Also, it's not going to be spherical anyway. It's going to be slightly cylindrical, so, you know, that's all good. By the way, why is my game's pixel window height? I will see about that. Exactly how to get the pixel art in there so it looks okay. How big is this thing on the screen? If we think that I always like having like 180 pixels maybe. So this is like, let's just measure it. This thing is this thing is 720 and this thing is 83. Wait, that's not how you do maths. No. (21 pixels). Let's maybe go 24 times 20 like this. We need a nice color palette for all this. Maybe we go to lowspec.com, browse some nice color palettes. Let's look at some nice ones here. This Pico 8 palette. It's pretty sweet. This is a website where people just make palettes and they make little sample images of how it could look if you use that palette. This angry cat. Nice grayscale. Game Boy. This funny grapheme cluster hack. It's quite nice. Let's look at it in grayscale just to see how the values are. These all have too many colors. I don't like too many colors. Maximum of 10 colors. This classic one. This is actually the one, if you played Cat and Onion, you might recognize this. Because this is actually the color theme used by the game. So I actually picked a color theme from Lowspec and used it for the game. So this is, the sky is this color, the cat is this red color, and all that. And I've used this color scheme in almost everything I make. Like in lots of my YouTube stuff, I've used that. Hello, creativity. Yeah, I'm trying to find a nice color scheme to draw something. I got stuck like having a bit of a bad time with playing around with Box 2D. As usual, when I'm exposed to libraries, I get annoyed at the big black box and trying to, yeah. It's what it is. Yeah, it's a bit late here also. I think same time zone. I'm just gonna draw something, I think, and maybe we'll continue tomorrow. But I can't choose a color scheme, so I'm just gonna pick a random one. No. Nice Überaffe. Just done with dinner. Hope you find a nice game idea. I really quite like this, but it's a bit too many greens. It's funny, 2 color. It's quite nice. These are the newest, not the most downloaded. Nice map. What's going on up here? Nice. Looks good. It's cool. This is I think it's Nobody Special stream. I'm gonna be tired. But I'm gonna draw something still. Wow, that's a lot. Late night sunrise. Yeah, you know, it's just nice to look at other people's colors. Yeah, I can. There's also some built-in. Maybe we'll do this instead. We go back to a sprite. Then we click Which one is it? This funny button. There's also some built-in palettes in Sprite. Pick one of these bad boys. Oh, this is quite nice. Yeah, some of them are good, but some of them are a bit. Instead of being artistic, they're a bit like. They're like, oh, this is just random CGA from some computer. But some of them are quite nice. Let's use Bubblegum 16. Let's do it. And our cat will have an orange color. Do, 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 do. Something like that. How is it? I need to rotate this counterclockwise. Maybe it is orange. Tablets acting up. Where is it? No, there it is. This is just a quick placeholder of something slightly. It's very capsule shaped, maybe we can call it. His ears are a bit too big. There are some people making cool stuff. Look at the chat on Discord. Caserot is making this. It's underground and overground. You see? Jumping above ground and jumping underground. Very nice. Someone is making a shooter thingy. Cool. See people do stuff. Meanwhile, I'm fighting a physics library. That's okay. How do I paint this funny guy? Like that, I think. Be a bit more like that. Getting a shape here. And then put some ice. And then maybe use this color. And then pink. That color is almost invisible on top of the. That's better.
do some artistic choices here. Something like that. You go over here. It more looks like a hamster right now, but that's okay. So, where is my game? I will actually, I think, integrate my little I will integrate my loader for what's it called? Atlas builder that I have. It just makes it, at this point, it just makes it easier to do stuff. So what this thing does is bakes all the Asprite files into a directory into an atlas and gives me compile time handles I can use to reason about them. I just don't a sip of my own stuff. So what I do is simply like this. I close a million Explorer things, and then I make a new folder called Atlas Builder, and I pull this in here. Oh, I need Asprite as well. Lib. Good. And then I go back here and I say Atlas Builder. So this is a program I made that will make an atlas out of all your Asprite files, and it also supports animation and everything. So it's something like that. I just need to change the output path of it. I use an asset. I don't use an asset pack because I think making art is almost as fun as programming. So I just prefer to do a bit of art, do a bit of programming, and then the game will be more fun to play if it's very unique art, I think. Run. What do I do here now again? I just run the Atlas Builder. Odin run Atlas Builder. And build hot reload as well. Then go to the top here and I run. Right. So now, if you look here, here's my atlas. This is a generated metadata file called atlas.odin. It says round cat here. So this means I have a texture now I can use. And it has made this atlas file here. You see it has the texture in there. So that should work fine. Shall we go back here now? I just need to load the atlas. Let's check my example code of how I does that. Right, I just need to load the atlas like this. Yeah. So what we need to do is something like this.
Akko asks if there's an easy way to flip a texture in Raylib. Yeah, you flip the width for the height using Draw Texture Pro. So here, this one takes two rectangles, right? I think you flip the width for height in the dest. Or is it in the source? Actually, I can send it. Actually, I have it in this example code I have here. No, you flip. Okay, you flip in the source, so you can use Draw Texture Rec. So you can do stuff like this, like here. So you say rect.width minus rect.width, and that's the source rect, where it's picking from in that texture. So, anyways, how was I doing? I was gonna paste this in here somewhere. So yeah. So we say in this case, I think this one loads. Yes. So I load the whole atlas at compile time here. And then I do that stuff, and I go to game memory, and I say atlas is rl.texture2d. That should all work fine. Here's the game. And now I should be able to do something like this. Draw texture. Yes, I say I draw from the atlas, but I say to draw using the rectangles at atlas texture bush.rect. So we go here. We say rl.draw texture rec atlas, and we say atlas text. It's like this. Yeah, it's not really working. The round cap.rect. You see, I have that now as a compile time constant. Position Vic to flip player pos. That's correct, right? That's correct. So it's drawn at this position, but it's very big. So now we just need to scale it down a bit, I guess. I can do draw texture project to do that. Question is that what I want to do? I think my mouse is running out of battery. Maybe. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. So I think what I need to do here is something like this. Source rect. And then we need to do like destis or rect at. We take the player position here. And then we say the size of it. Oh well, it is sort of this, but I will tweak that in a bit so it's correct. I'll get the correct value. Why is this always popping up, this super big annoying thing? So I can't, like, this is the information I want over here. This is not the information I want. Oh well, what the hell. Origin. Rotation. Okay. This should be like 1 by 1. There you go. And then this is in the middle. -1, of course. Amazing. Now I can remove the circle. That is not scaled beautifully. That's because yeah, there you go. So we'll make a little procedure for this zone that draws this. We'll just put this here. Right. Why is it getting such amazing speed? Will W says, I have not spent a minute on gameplay logic yet. So far only done tracking of mouse, menu navigation. Well, if you think it's good to try to focus on gameplay, like before you make a menu, try to make the game, but you know, whatever you think is fun to do also is fine. Nice. Have some other people doing stuff, so I showed all this stuff already. This one I really like, looks nice. Akkuspel is doing the German Spectrum Cube, which looks very interesting. Then there is Nobody Special got, that's the stream up here in the corner, but they got 3D using some Vulkan stuff. Very nice. This saying this is a terrible plan. You'll be fine. It will be something. It'll be good. And Franglalian says, not much, but first time touching Odin Raylib, so okay for a few hours. Need to sort out sprite origin according to rotation. Yeah, but yeah, good start. Looks like someone's making a little space game. Very nice. Fun to see everyone doing things. Yeah, sorry, this I think is not Nobody Special is doing the Vulkan stuff. This is the other person. Is Nobody Special stream still up? Pop it out. Oh, I closed it. I'm very smart. I pop it out and then I close it. So Sebastian says that they use proc pointers to change, update, and render for different perspectives, the overground, underground. Well, that sounds fine. Whatever makes it easy for you to make. Let's get this thingy capsule instead of and let's maybe get a debug drawing up and running, because I think we will really like to have that at the end. Or maybe actually let's first, this thing that's happening here with the impulse is very intense. Make it 10 times less intense. And that's better. Let's add so it rolls now. So that we have the rotation. I just think it's probably the wrong units. B2 rotation body. There is supposed to be like a I do this in my example I have. Not you. Here. Why is the mouse? Is there something? Oh. You know I changed my battery for my mouse a while ago. You know what it was? It's a piece of hair stuck under the sensor, making it go like with bananas. Sebastian says, should be easy to make. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's fine. Just do the next thing that seems logical, kind of, and then maybe something nice will happen. I changed back my battery because I don't need to use the new one yet. There's always a piece of hair on my sensor. Right. Right, so we need to get the angle and then multiply it by something. So let's see here, the angle is this thing. Yes, yes. And then this is a, is that it just degrees to radians or the other way around. Good night, Akku. Deg to rad, this one. Or actually it's rad to deg. And that's, oh, it's in Raylib actually. Oh. Wow. Fuck happened? Wait. What's going on? Wait, what did I do? Oh! I used it on the walls instead of the player. Stupid. So I rotated the... Yeah, now it needs a proper... It's rotating around the wrong... middle desktop height. Divided by 2. And then I think this should no longer be offset then maybe. It's rolling a bit weirdly. It's rolling the wrong way, I think. That looks about right. Dom. Dom. Whee! Okay, it's starting to get... This is what I wanted to get to, the stupid stuff, but I spent forever, like 6 hours on... yeah. I'm fighting with middleware. Right, let's give this guy a capsule instead now of a circle, because he's a bit oblong. Let's see what people are doing. I'm so happy people doing stuff. Look at this. Giraffe in orbit. You're in chat, I think. You're making socks. It looks amazing. Well, everyone is off to a good start, I think. Yeah. Quite fun to have this. Sometimes you see something happening in one of these two streams and make it bigger. I think that's quite fun. Dum, dum, dum. Okay. Stop fooling around, Carl. Do the thing. Because I need to maybe organize my project a bit here soon. But here's the circle for the play right now. We're not going to have a circle. We're going to have a b2.create capsule shape. So this is going to change how it rolls completely, because it's going to start wobbling like that. So we have gmember.player body, and we have shape depth, and we can't have a circle. We need it's a capsule. Why does I do this? What are the fields here? Center 1 and center 2. So they're both. A capsule is essentially an offset from two offsets from the center plus how big it is. So it's sort of like a pill-shaped thing. So let's just say it's -4. I'm just guessing now. We'll see. We have to tweak this later. 4, and then radius is 10. No, 1. Sorry. We're not doing 10 anymore. Because we have a silly physics engine forcing us to do things that make everything annoying. No, I'm not gonna be negative. Be nice. No, that's a shape ID. Right, so now it's a capsule. I mean, it's clearly... So now we'll add in the debug rendering, I think. So, let's see. So what the debug rendering wants is this. Go to draw. And you say b2.d.world draw physics world. You send that in, and then you say you toss in a debug draw b2.debug draw, and this thing in turn
takes a whole lot of crap, but I will just enable draw shapes. So what this will make it possible to do is for me to visualize what I actually did, what the options I set. And then I would set draw capsule. It can be a debug draw capsule. I will just steal that definition. Debug draw capsule. So just like that. I will also go to init here. Maybe rather two. There's a problem. This has a C calling convention, so you need to set the. Well, maybe we don't need it. I will see. Because we need to call Raylib. Draw capsule. P1, P2, radius, color, red. Anything else? Rings. I have rings. What's happening here? Yeah, we want wires, I think. P2, P1. What does this want? Start pos, end pos. What? This is for 3D. It's not what I want at all. Is there a draw circle? An ellipse? No, an ellipse is not what an ellipse is. Has this special geometric properties. I can just draw two circles, I guess. That would be fine. Or I will draw P1. Oh. P1 radius. Oh, we didn't like that. It crashes. Is it because when draw shapes is true? If I disable this. Do I need to implement all of these or something? Doesn't it like check if the proc pointer is null before showing me something? Well, okay, I guess I'll just implement the ones I know I have. I have draw circle.
No. Draw polygon equals debug draw polygon. That's the box, I think. What's wrong with this? Oh. Cool. See. What did I do wrong? I picked the wrong... Oh, solid. I'm not even making sense anymore. Wee. There we go, maybe. Oh, what's happening here? This looks amazing. Wow, so much stuff. Look at that. Whee! This is, wow. This is, oh, here's the famous plane. Famous Vulcan plane. Amazing. Right. What was I doing? Yeah, I'm trying to get my debug rendering to not crash. I mean, I could try to check which one is crashing on instead, but... then I would have to... I'm assuming it's trying to use one of these. Why does it... I'm just assuming it's calling a procedure that's not set. It's a bit annoying. I mean, I have a debugger for Odin code. It's just to get it for the debug draw solid polygon. that it? Or is it these calls that crash? Maybe. No. Huh. Let's fire up the debugger and build hot reload. Right. We will do like this. Go to see repos. The Legend of Tuna. Debug it. Wait, what's going on here? Brain is fried. Why can't I? Gonna call it for today soon, but just want to see what is it doing. What are all these? Just close panel. Like, okay, debugger works. Then it dies in there. Is it maybe? No, that one needs to be by pointer. Very annoying. Wonder if there's a bug in the bindings. Okay. I mean, I did. For that one, I don't have debug symbols inside. Maybe I just need a PB for box 2D, box 2D. Does that help at all, Mr. Box 2D? No. I think RAD debugger is probably gonna be better. Like I think it's many ways it's already better than Remedy BG in my opinion. But I never update my RAD debuggers. I'm always using some old ass like thing that's from ages ago. But now I'm just curious why I can't step. I would recommend RAD debugger. It's free, works good with Odin, but it's still alpha software, so. But some people also use Visual Studio Code because then they have debugger and everything in one thing. It's good. Anyways, I have no clue why this doesn't work, and it's not. I mean, it's just that I don't have. Yeah, you bought Remedy BG because RAD didn't run apps. Yeah, they fixed. They fixed it. That was a early version thing. Tabs used to be rendered as one space, which was a bit interesting. How does PDB works? Where is my lib? No, it's not that. It needs to have the PDB next to the executable to load it, right? Anyways. This one is just, can I? Maybe if, okay, here's a question. If I go to box 2D, go to the top here, and I take so I comment this stuff out. And then we go to box 2D. Inside here, no, inside here, put that one back, right? If we then, well, that one's going to be a release one anyways, this is not going to help us. Yeah, I mean, that's not going to help us. Anyways, it's a bit of a... Okay, you know what's much faster than doing any of this? Put in all the callbacks. We have polygon, we have solid polygon. We're gonna add circle. Circle is here. Circle looks like this. It's probably gonna work when I do this. Probably that it expects all of them to exist. Debug draw circle is proc. No, it's like that. b2.hex color like that. Sir, debug draw circle. No, okay, we add next one, solid circle. I don't even know which one it's. Debug draw solid circle. What more? A line segment? There must be a bug in this. There must be. Okay, I'm gonna find the box 2D .h. Where is it? Let me see. Show me your headers. Draw world draw. Okay, so expect a pointer. Good. B2 debug draw. Types. B2 debug draw. Let me look at this. See if there's a bug in there. Bindings, because these bindings are quite new, so could be something. Of course. What's a hex color, by the way? Enum C int. Okay. That looks correct. Ugh. What's going on? Why is it so many? Draw capsule. Draw capsule isn't even on here. Which, I mean, maybe. Let me try something. Bug in the bindings. Draw capsule doesn't exist from as far as I see. Yeah, you see they're identical. So I think the person either it has changed or anyways. Bug in the bindings. So that's why the error was like the crash was so weird also. So we need draw solid capsule. Solid capsule. And we need to go down here. That's annoying. Okay. I'm not drawing anything really, but so why is it not drawing anything then? Does this happen even? Oh, I have no context in here. Import base runtime. After I get this working, I'm gonna go to bed because I am tired. Context equals custom context. Right? Is it This is not even getting called. Why did I bother with any of this? Is any of these getting called? What does Mr. Debugger say? Is this one get... How do I... Can I even set up breakpoint in something that doesn't have anything in it? I don't know. Hi. So let's put these here. Any of these? Anyone? No. Maybe we need to draw a segment. Because maybe it just draws them as lines. Like an outline. I don't know. No. What is the point? I really don't get this stuff. Unclear. Now look, someone is making a nice little top-down game. And Charlie's city builder. Wow, look, oh look at that. Nice animations. Everyone's doing some nice things. Anyway, I'm just gonna give up on this debug rendering for now and make my own. That's a lot of wasted time. Right, so this one is like this is whatever. Should be like 0.5 meter to the sides, because I'm just gonna eyeball this until it's correct. Right, 0.2 it should be. That looks correct. Funny. Doink, doink, doink. See that? That's all the nice things you get from a. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nice things you get from a debugger. Let's put some other background color here and maybe call it a day. I will. Is this a good? Does this clash too much? Is it possible to see? Yeah, that's good. That's nice. Let's use that. Um, 0, 120, 153. Zero, 120, 153, 255. Smek. Wee. Okay, let's put this nice green color in there. Does that clash a lot? So maybe better to use this. Tabs or Space asks if Odin will get a backend framework for web dev like Rust. I don't know. There's a web server on the way. I guess you could, through the web server, serve some requests or something. But I don't do any web. I know web development a bit. I can do HTML and some JavaScript and some backend stuff, but I never do backend stuff or JavaScript really anymore. I used to offline generated HTML. I use Hugo for my website, and then my book is written using HTML. But for that, I wrote my own Odin program that puts it together. But I don't do much poking around with dynamic websites anymore. Where is the draw? This one. Here we'll put nice color wall. Is an rl.color, and it is 16 to 20 220 117 255 color wall. Okay, I'll put that there. And there we go. There's our funny colors. It's good enough. Whee! Okay. At least we got something stupid on the screen. I'm quite happy with that. So tomorrow I will make we'll see exactly what I'll do first. Maybe I will do like because I need to get the other cat in there, the bat. This one. You smack the other one with to send it on its adventure. But yeah, maybe I'll do that. Oh well, sorry if it wasn't as with me grumbling a lot at what's this called? Box 2D. It's not Box 2D's fault really. It's more me being impatient with frameworks. But this will be something. It will be glorious tomorrow. So essentially, I want to get in sort of mechanics to smack this around, and then some kind of level editing maybe. It would be nice if it was heavier at the bottom somehow, so it like wanted to stand up again. I'll see if I can do that as well. Well, RDI files do not need to be. Wait, where is an? Oh, box2d/lib/ whatever, I don't really care. There's no remote. That's fine. Just wanted to put it somehow. So, giraffe in orbit's text looks weird. I've dabbled quite a bit in text rendering, but in Raylib I mean. Recording a clip. Good night, Bachwer. I'm also gonna go to bed now because I am tired. Box Studio warming out.
Okay. I think that's that for today's stream. I will continue tomorrow at some time. Not sure when. Well, when I start working on it. I mean, I will spend most of the day tomorrow working on this. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe more fun things happening tomorrow. I think I think I got past my box 2D problems. Anyways, thank you all for watching, and have a great. Everyone who's still jamming on, just keep going, and I'm looking forward to seeing all the nice things people have made in the Odin Holiday Jam channel tomorrow, because everyone is posting great stuff, I think. Yeah, okay. Good night. Bye bye.